America's hands. You have no right to speak. I will speak.
School hated me, they labeled me with ADD, cause I wasn't interested in this whitewash history. Fuck Johnny Appleseed, that wasn't meant for me. I'm more like QEP, man, what a legacy. Fuck the clan, fuck the man, damn right, fuck your flag. This for Colin Kaepernick, and I ain't gotta say no pledge. After what this country did, you said I on some other shit. My ancestors built this bitch, now y'all wanna hide it. Shh. What you know about Gary Webb, the Dark Alliance? Expose the government and then you getting silenced. Flood the hood with drugs and guns and violence. Redline and gentrify it and then deny it. We came out on top though, yeah, and they still jacking on our flow.
What?
Yeah, and we still getting knocked down like dominoes.
We make an illegitimate child that don't know what their daddy is. America is an illegitimate child because she has no mother. This is what the problem is. If I work in a coal mine, in a steel mill, and I come here today and put on a suit but don't take a bath, you got stink sitting up here with you. And what has happened to America? We ain't never cleaned up the filth over 400 years. We just put a new suit on and a new dress on and then wonder who's stinking. It's you the one that's stinking. That's what this is.
They trying to kill me. Stop.
It's you the one that's stinking. What's up with it? What's up with it? What's up with it? So, I hope you guys are doing well. I am Izzy High. I'm out here trying to talk about some stuff. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Oh, well. All right. So, wow, there is nobody up in here. What I will do is I will talk about a few things. We will talk about a few things and we'll bring them up. And from there, I think we will move on, shall we? All right, man. All right. So, what's up, Bobby? How you doing? How you doing? All right. So, let me start this off properly. Ugh. Why can't this be happening when I'm off work? Look, bro, check this out. This shouldn't be as long as most of my scopes usually are. If you want to just listen, go ahead and just listen, bro. Listen, just go ahead and listen. That way, you know what I mean? That way you can still do your work and shit like that, you know what I mean? Oh, Bobby. Oh, I feel loved. All right, man. So if you guys didn't know this, that was who you heard right before me was Lace 434. Lace 434. Go check him out on YouTube. Great dude. I know him personally. He's giving me permission to play this shit. Gonna try, probably be dipping in and out. Yeah, that's right. Just let me know you're back in the room so I can acknowledge you and I know that you in there. Because I can't see when you guys jump in and out because I'm on my laptop. All right. So I'm going to talk about a couple things. And then if we get some people in here, then cool. And we can have conversations on whatever they want to have conversations on. But this is what we're going to do. Few of the news issues. We're gonna get them taken care of and get them out the way while we wait for some people to get here. So, thank you. I appreciate that. You already know, brother Tony. I appreciate that shit. So, real quick, I wanted to get on. Let me do this. Okay, bang. Present. Let me do this. Boop, 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 boom, 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 boom. I'll keep that right there. We'll do that right there. We'll do that right there. Bam. And we'll go 3, We'll go 3 that way, and then we'll put that one back in here. So I'm back in this mug, right? We'll put this one at, no, we'll put, oh, okay, there we go. That's one. Now that's what we want to do right there. All right. What up, family? Got a new screen, fresh to death. That's what I'm talking about, fam. You already know what it is, man. You already know what it is, man. I hope everything's good. I hope everything's feeling good. I hope you doing well. That's my boy Rob. If you guys don't know who he is, definitely go check him out. Go check him out on YouTube, Blacklight Revelations 1 and 2. So go check it out. 2 different YouTubes, Blacklight Revelations 1, and then there's Blacklight Revelations 2. So go check them both out. Hello from New Orleans. What's up? How you doing? Hello, how you doing, New Orleans? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? That's what I'm talking about. Flying back in today, bro. We can get it popping. Hey, I'm ready whenever you are. All right, so check this out, everybody. We're gonna get into some of these articles, get into some of these, real life situations that's going on. Just recently, they have found that there's an unidentified ancient human lives in modern genes. So basically what this article is about, and you should go check this article out because it's really, 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 really interesting. This article is published by Apple News, but I'm sure if you look it up, you can find it. They're saying that they have found another distant relative to Denisovian hominids. Okay, and if you don't know, peace. So if you don't understand evolution is the basis in which we've, as modern human beings, we believe we got here, unless you believe in something else. But I think there is enough evidence that shows that evolution is true. And so what they're finding is that Denisovian species, they have an ancient ancestor in which they came from, and they're finding that DNA right now, and it's really, really, really interesting, man. And so what I would say is go out there and go read this article, man, because it's really, really, really quite interesting, because it shows that not only are we from 3 different species, but possibly even 4, 5, or even 6 different species. It's real crazy. What's up, my beautiful queen? Rena in the house. How you doing? So check that out. It's a really interesting article. Check it out. You got to make sure you do that shit. So let me see what else. This is kind of an older story right here. The Virginia deputy has been fired after right-wing calls for violence on social media. Basically, this sheriff's officer in Virginia, he went off and he told people to, grab arms and fight. You know what I mean? And he was fired because he was basically, trying to ensue some sort of violence into people. And that's not really where it's at. It's not cool. So let's not, let's not do that. That's not really cool. Plus, on top of that, he was an extremist. He's a police officer. He has far-right views. He's not supposed to be holding these kind of views. And that was in Virginia. House, and so you can't be doing that as a police officer. Technically, as a police officer, you're not supposed to be acknowledging any kind of political views. You're supposed to be about the law and the law itself. So go check that out. He deservedly got fired. He'll probably get another job in another district, but who gives a fucking rat's ass, right? Because we're still gonna have to deal with his ass. Okay, so that's that one, and that's this one. Okay, now this next one is kind of interesting. Me personally, I'm going to be a little bit crude on this story. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be a little bit crude, okay? But you might get it after after, I tell you. So, in China, okay, in this place called Leoangang, Leoangang, I'm not even going to try to pronounce this shit, but it's somewhere in North fucking China, okay? 7 people were killed in a knife attack. 7 people were killed in a knife attack. Now, look, blessings go out to this family, all the families that lost their friends and their families, because, nobody should lose their life. But what I am going to say is this. Look, after 2 people been stabbed by a dude with a freaking knife, I don't know how the hell you managed to get 5 more motherfuckers to fucking die. I'm just lost. Look, people, if you see somebody getting stabbed, you're going to need to do 1 or 2 things. 1, either be the hero and fight this motherfucker. 2, run the fuck away. Are you people like blind? Okay? When people are laying on the ground dying because they got stabbed and cut up by some dude with a knife, run the fuck away. He can't catch you all. Okay? He cannot catch you all. Jesus Christ. Like, come on, people. Is this what we are now? We're just going to stand around and video shit, and then that's going to make us get stabbed? Like, come on, man. Stop it. Do something or run the fuck away. Do 1 of the 2, because this is bull right here. Okay? How are you going to go off? This dude stabbed 7 people. Stabbed. We're not talking about a gun, ladies and gentlemen. In the United States, we have people who go off and they shoot people and they don't even kill 7 people. This dude stabbed 7 people and killed 7 people and injured more. I think he injured like 13 total. Total people was like 13 people, right? And 7 out of those 13 were killed. It's a crazy story. Go check that out. That's on CNN.com. He was supposed to get jumped after. Right, he should have been jumped. This is the type of shit that I'm talking about. It's like, look, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not trying to be crass and I'm not trying to be like a dick and unsympathetic to people, but this is the time, he stabs 1 person, you probably didn't see it. He stabs 2 people. Here, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt that people didn't see it. But once he stabbed the 3rd person, y'all saw that shit, and you're supposed to either A, fight this dude and take away his goddamn knife, or B, run the fuck away. Come on, people. We gotta, you gotta be smarter than that, okay? And this is ridiculous. We got people out here with problems, and we cannot. What's up with it? How you doing, Corbone? How you doing? We have people out here, man, that's going through stuff, but you can't let these people go around and start killing a whole bunch of people. So make sure you pay attention to that, all right? Because it's a real serious thing. In entertainment news, Sony says Warner Media's HBO Max gamble helped its movie business. Recently, you had the release of Wonder Woman 84. It came out in theaters overseas first, and then it came over to America, and it was released on the same day in theaters that were open, and it was being streamed, and it is still being streamed for the next 30 days on HBO Max. Okay, and there was a total gross of something like $110 million on this movie. And so they're saying, because at first they was worried. They was really worried. Right. It's been mixed reviews. I'm not going to lie. I hated the movie. I just hated the movie. I watched it. I seen it. I hated the movie. Okay. And, I'm just not happy about the movie. The movie was garbage. I'm sorry. If anybody thought that movie was good, I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of movies you've been watching, but that was a garbage movie. Okay. But But what it did do is it did generate a lot of people to buy HBO Max, the app, and subscribe. It got a lot of people in the theaters, and a lot of things happened. And so it was a great gamble for Sony Pictures. So, and then on top of that, what they have is Sony has Spider-Man, and Spider-Man, the next Spider-Man in the trilogy coming out. Plus, it's got Venom coming out, and it has Morbius coming out. So these are platforms. They're saying, okay, this is possible where we can still make a profit. And so Sony's like, this is freaking awesome, and they're loving this situation right now. And I don't blame them, because you know what? At the end of the day, man, if you can make your money, man, get your money, right? Haven't seen it yet. My son liked it. And I might be a little bit too critical. I can admit that. I might be a little bit critical. I might be a little bit more anal, because I am kind of I like movies. I like movies and I like TV shows, right? So I might be being a little bit more anal. And then on top of that, I'm still trying to get used to the 4K TV, because the 4K TV makes everything looks like it's a freaking prop, okay? I'm not going to lie. It just makes everything look like it's just a damn prop. It'll be in an actual mall, right? It'll be in an actual mall, and they'll be filming in the actual mall, but it'll look like that mall is a goddamn prop. Okay, I'm still trying to get used to it. When I get used to it, maybe it'll change, and maybe I'll have a different aspect of this movie. But, I just wasn't too big on it. The action sequences were just not up to par. They were not like the first Wonder Woman. I thought they could have done more with the action sequences. I didn't like the story. The storyline was okay. But it wasn't as bad. They need 4K. I can't read that last word that you have after 4K. I don't know what the hell that is. You know what I mean? It just looks too real on 4K. Honestly, it looks like, this is the best way I can explain it. It looks like you or me could have filmed this movie. That's what it looked like. It looked like you or me could have filmed this movie. And it just looks like it was you and me could have filmed this movie with decent actors. That's it. And so I wasn't very impressed by it. But outside of that, I might be wrong. I might be a little biased, but that's just me. Let me see. Another story. Let's get out of this Wonder Woman crap. Okay. But a U.S. serviceman charged in Illinois' bowling alley shooting that killed 3 people. Hello, Chicago. So there was a shooting at a place called Don Carter Lanes. If you can see it right there. Boom. Okay. It's a bowling alley, and some dude just came in there and he started shooting people. Izzy is completely clueless that professional philosophers do not define atheism. Okay. Evolution false. Okay, so check this out. You're not going to come into my shit trying to degrade me and talking shit to me. All right? That's what you're not going to do. So I'm going to give you one opportunity to come up here, but you are going to respect my platform. Okay? And that's what I'm going to do. Now, if you decline this, what I'm going to do is I am going to block you. Okay? If you decline this invitation, I will block you. All right? If you don't decline it, then fine. And as long as you come in here with respect and you don't tell me what atheism is, then we can have a conversation. Okay? That's the only chance you have. All right? Thank you, Pat Voss. I appreciate that. Both of those 50 cents are the Oh, the $10. Wow, man, thank you, brother. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the 50 cent too, brother. Like real shit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna invite you real quick, okay? And so it's Revolution. There you go, right there. All right. So I've just invited you to come on. So you can come in. Can you join? Yes, you can join. Absolutely. Oh shit, sorry about that. Boom, 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 boom. Like that, like that. And let me put this as number 1. And let me put that in there too. Let me invite Pat real quick. I don't know why it keeps on changing. I apologize. There you go, buddy, right there. You are invited, Pat. All right. And then, Bobby, give me a minute and I will let you up in just a second. Okay? Give me a second and I'll let you in. All right, Evolution False. If you want to come in, you're more than welcome to come in. I have no problem with you coming in, but you will be on camera, so you need to get on camera. We don't do the I want to keep myself secret game here. So jump on cam and we will have a conversation.
By the way, Izzy, good looking out, man. I figured, I had the money to do so right now, so I wanted to help out the channel for you.
Oh, thank you. I very, 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 very much appreciate it. So hurry up and get on cam and unmute your mic and get on cam. And as soon as you are able to do that, top commenter, what's up, Robin? How you doing from Detroit? How you doing, Detroit? How you doing, brother? So again, Evolution, I'm going to give you an opportunity to make your arguments, but you're going to follow the rules. That's just the bottom line. So you got I'm going to give you about 3 more minutes to figure it out or get on mic and say, I'm trying to get my mic, and let me know that you're trying to get your mic on. And I'm only going to give you a certain amount of time because it don't take that long. So figure it out, and you got a couple more minutes. All right. So
okay, is my mic working?
Your mic is whose mic? Who asked that? Oh, I heard is my mic working? I heard it. Evolution, I heard your mic. So I'm gonna need you to get on camera now. All right, well. Hello, Evolution. I'm gonna need you to get on cam, but I can hear you.
Oh, my mic's working.
Yeah, okay. Your mic is working. So now get on cam.
No, I don't get on cam.
Yeah, okay. Well then you don't have a conversation with me.
Okay, well then you're just using that as a lane.
No, I'm not using it as nothing. If I'm willing to show my face, you need to be willing to show yours. It's called respect. Okay, it's my stream. It's my shit that I'm putting together here. And you're not going to interrupt my situation by being disrespectful. So what you're going to do is you're going to either be respectful.
No, sir, you were interrupting.
No. Again, this
okay,
is
so
mine.
You don't.
Again, mine.
Okay, yeah. So basically, I'm dealing with it.
See how that go? This is my way or the highway. You're getting this conversation for free. I already told you I charge $5,000 for this. It's my way or the highway. This is the only options. Okay? Just like your belief in your God, my way or the highway. In this stream, I'm God. See how this works? This is simple shit. And I didn't ask you for nothing. What I asked you for was respect and get on cam so everybody can see who you are. Now, if you don't get that, then that's a personal problem. That's not a me problem. That's a you problem. Okay? So you're not going to put this on me as if in some way I'm avoiding something. I'm not avoiding anything. You are more than welcome to come back on here when you get on cam.
I appreciate that, Eleanor.
Period. That's not up for debate. This is not up for debate. You can either A, get on cam or not. Your choice. If you don't want to get on cam, cool. More power to you. Just be ready to type. Outside of that, you're not getting on my stuff. Everybody is on cam. I'm on cam. My brother Pat is on cam. Anybody else that I would invite on here is on cam. That means you're going to get on cam also. Period. All right? That's not how we do it here. You don't run the show. I do. So with that being said, when you're ready to cam up, you are more than welcome back onto the scope. Back onto the stream. All you need to do is get on cam.
I appreciate the mic drop awards for Izzy. I appreciate the Bravo awards for Izzy. They're all giving you dollars, man.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. The only reason I gave 50 cents the second time, the only reason I gave you 50 cents the second time is because that's all that was left in the account was a 50-cent award. That's all I got. Man, I gave the $10.
I appreciate it. Okay. I appreciate it. So thank you, Raymond. Thank you. I appreciate that. Real quick, I'm going to follow you. I appreciate that. Tony, I appreciate it. Tony, I appreciate it again. So listen, people, I demand respect. I'm not asking you for respect. I demand respect. Okay? This isn't a way to get out of a conversation. This isn't a way to avoid a topic. That's not what this is. What this is I demand respect. You come into my stream, we're going to be able to see each other. We're going to be able to talk to each other. You're not going to come into my stream and run my stream. That's not the way we go. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. And if you can't follow the rules, you don't need to be in here. It's just that simple. All right. So with that being said, and since he's not here, when he decides to get on cam, all he has to do is type in the room, okay, I'll get on cam, and then get on cam, and I'll let him up, and I'll invite him back up, and I have no problems with it. It's just that simple. That's all I'm asking. I don't think that is above and beyond anything. Okay? Simple shit. All right, people? All right.
Hey,
so, go ahead.
2 things for you for later. Just so you know, Roberto Duran's kid is coming on at 3. 3 Central, 1 p.m. Pacific. Lank the King, the Mayweather Promotions guy, he had a death in the family this morning and cannot make it to today's broadcast. So I rescheduled for him for next week.
Okay, that's cool. So if you guys don't know who Pat Voss is, definitely follow Pat Voss Official. He does a lot of stuff related to science. He does a lot of stuff related to sports, politics, atheism, and science. Man, this guy he's a good guy. Go ahead, follow him and support him. All right. So let me see. So we was talking about the shooting before we were so rudely interrupted.
The one that happened by me?
Yeah, the one that happened right by you in Illinois. Before we were so rudely interrupted by Evolution's False because he has some sort of entitlement ideal where he thinks for some odd reason my show and what I do revolves around him, which it does not. Okay? Reality check, buddy. It don't revolve around you. I don't need you to do my stream. Okay? But before we were so rudely interrupted, there was a shooting in Illinois. Okay, 3 people were shot in a bowling lane, and it was a serviceman. He was a white dude, and he shot 3 random people and killed 3 random people for no reason. They at least at this point we don't have a reason, I should say. Since you're closer to there, have you heard anything new that we haven't heard?
All we know is that a couple of people were shot by a former Green Beret who went out to Rockford. Rockford, for where I live in the northwest suburbs of the city of Chicago. Rockford is a far west suburb or a far west city, so it is about 30 minutes from me. But I mean, just to see something like this happen in a smaller city like that, it did surprise me a bit. I'm not going to lie. Normally, I hear about these in certain like bigger suburbs, like around where I live, or in the city of Chicago itself. I hear about it, but out in Rockford, where you really don't hear about a bunch of these things happening, for this to happen and then make the news like this, where somebody in California is like yourself is talking about it, that just shows how much of a rare event this is out by me. But Rockford, I'm telling you, this Green Beret, as far as we know, went in with intentions to get rid of himself and get rid of a few people that he thought were enemies, and that he was suffering from huge bouts of PTSD and wartime.
Okay.
As far as we can tell.
And the thing is I don't want to give people excuses for this, because this is never acceptable under any circumstances. But we have to understand. I would really like to see what kind of psyche this dude had. Was he a Trump supporter, right wing, left wing, extreme right wing, extreme left wing? What was his views? Was he a believer or atheist? Was there any particular reason? I would love to know that. But right now we don't. Hopefully we'll get some more answers a little bit later. So we never know, right? So that's that. Let me see. The next one we got real quick is, this was actually an interesting story. I don't know if anybody heard about this, but a Grammy Award winning says a white woman assaulted his 14-year-old son and wrongfully accused him of stealing her iPhone in an incident captured on video. Now, I actually saw the video, and I'm not going to play the video right now, okay? Unless you guys want me to. I think I'm going to chill on playing the video right now. But there's a white woman, a Karen, and I'm not too big on making this about race, but we've been seeing these kind of things happen more and more frequent, and so you have to call it out for what it is. And so this white woman, who clearly has a bias and clearly is a racist, has a little bit of racist feeling inside of her, she accused the first black dude of stealing her phone. Later finding out that it wasn't him. She actually left her phone inside her Uber ride, and she got her phone returned back to Uber from the Uber driver, and and she really made a freaking fool of herself. I mean, how do you feel about stuff that happens like this, Pat? I mean, I understand you're of the Caucasian persuasion, but tell me, maybe, I don't know, help me make this make sense.
So it doesn't make sense. It makes sense in the way that we expect this now. We shouldn't expect this now. You know what I'm saying? In a culture that we should all be working together, we should not expect this to be the case where all these, so-called Karens come out. And of course, we mean the white ladies that call the cops on everybody and harass people and beat up people just because they think they're entitled to something. That to me is a ridiculous culture that we're living in today. It's some kind of alternate freaking reality. So for me, yes, I get it. I'm a white guy, but no, I disagree highly with any of these Karens, with their attitudes and with what they do in communities, especially when they're disrupting the black community. When they're disrupting the black community to an extent that I keep hearing about it. Like I'll hear about it from my wife. I'll hear about it from her family. I hear about it from people, people like yourself and friends of mine. So to keep hearing it and knowing that it's an issue that doesn't necessarily affect me directly, like on me, it's not like they're calling the cops on me. But if it was to happen to my wife, I would be the first one to step up and step forward and say, hey, by the way, and that's what I keep saying here in Chicago is that they need to get a hold on. There should be just as equal a punishment if someone falsely reports a crime like that on a so-called Karen. That should be a punishment equal to someone stealing something from a store or somebody. They should still be arrested for it because they're falsely accusing, knowing that in their heads the police will act adversely towards the Black community. That is a terrible threat. Yes.
You're absolutely right. It is a threat. And the thing is, at the end of the day, I think we have to, at some point, and listen, white people, I have white friends. I love saying that shit. I know, I do. But look, white people, I have white friends, but we need to stop with this idea that thinks that because this is a privilege, this is a form of white privilege that white people have. And again, it might be subliminally or subconscious racism that you don't realize that you have until it comes out, until it peeks its head out. I get that. But at some point, there's got to be a point where white people say to themselves, what's up with it? How you doing? Kenny, how you doing, bro? There needs to be a point where white people say, you know what? Wait a minute. I know that this is not going to be a good situation for him. Let me try to talk this out and be rational and see if maybe, right? Maybe. What up, Kenny? How you doing, brother? We can figure this out in a different way, right? Instead of automatically wanting to weaponize police officers in order to falsely detain and arrest Black folks. When you think Black folks is doing something illegal, or you think because of our nature, we're just naturally thieves and violent and things of that nature. Because guess what, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to break this to you, breaking news, Black folks are not murderers and thieves. Breaking news. Just saying.
Hashtag breaking news in the comments. Right. That is it's amazing to see though. It's like, this is the interesting part of growing up, and I'm not saying interesting growing up white. You'll get where I'm going with this in a second, but interesting growing up in my position where I've gotten along with the Black community much easier than I have with my own community of white people. And over time, seeing it from both angles of I see why white people are doing stupid shit because they're not ballsy enough to just have a conversation. And at the same time, the Black community that I care for, that I care about, is completely and utterly just, I don't even know a good word for it, but basically they get fucked over so often in everyday life. It hurts me to see because it affects people that I'm directly related to, that I have direct relation to. And it just is something that I hate seeing because I need it to change. I don't want it to change. I need it to change.
Right.
Which is also why I was trying to run for public office here in Chicago, because I want this to change. I cannot keep having this be the norm. This is not the norm. It should have never been the norm. Fuck that. We should all be, and I don't mean equal. And you and I have had this conversation. I don't mean equal like how you guys think I might mean it, but I mean equal as in everyone should be treated as a freaking human being. Nobody is subhuman in this category, and that is exactly the way it should be.
Right. No, absolutely. So I agree with you on that one. I absolutely do agree with you on that.
I'll say one thing: fuck Karens.
Right. I'm not mad at that shit. You know what I mean? So the thing is I agree with you on that, and I think that is really, 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 it's really telling about the white community when white folks do things subconsciously, and I'm giving white people the benefit of the doubt here. Okay, you need some wrenches. You too, chat, man. Oh, really? Really? I can. How do I make a wrench? How do I do that shit? Tell me how I do it.
Wait, who's the hater in the comments? I don't see nobody.
Yes, all race is beautiful, and we should be treated equally. Right, we should be treated equally.
That's right.
And I'm gonna tell you, something. Look, white people. Let me be bluntly honest, real quick. White people, be happy. We just want equality, and we don't want no fucking revenge. Stop this shit, okay? Because if black folks really wanted to get fucking real stupid, we can get real stupid real quick, fast, and hurry. Now, how do I make a wrench inside YouTube so I can make you my wrench, my dude? What's up, Shatira?
By the way, I'll say one of the funniest things that I've ever seen. That's my wife and I laugh about all the time is on Family Guy. They have where the bar gets taken over by a black owner. At the bar that they have that they normally frequent, and so they're sitting at the table. They're like, "Oh, there's some black guys over at our table. We should go tell them to move, and we want our table." And one of them's like, "Or we could sit near the trash over there and not say anything." And so they go sit down, and it was like white people afraid of every race, and I love it. I have laughed so hard at Family Guy and the way that they point out these discrepancies and how a lot of white people are very afraid for no reason of other ethnicities just because they want to be. It's
you're talking about drunken atheists. I'm sorry.
Drunken atheist? Yeah,
drunken atheist is saying some shit like, why am I not surprised an atheist whose name glorifies drug usage? Actually, it's a question, dumb fuck. See, it's like, you know what? It's like I deal with slow people on a daily basis. Right? I deal with dumb people on a daily basis. And if you read the fucking name, idiot, it says, is he high? It's a question, dumb fuck. Is he high? And the answer to it is no, clearly not. Okay? But since your dumbass wants to act like you fucking know something, dude, I swear to God, bro, like on everything. Let me see. Add moderator. There you go. I've just made you a moderator. And I've just made Shatira a moderator. So both Black Light Revelations 2 and Shatira are both moderators over there on YouTube.
You see this? You see how racist he is? He he's reverse racist on my ass. He doesn't have the white guy be the moderator. No.
Because you're not on there. Okay? Fuck you. You can suck my dick. Okay? You get on the YouTube and I'll make you a freaking moderator as long as I'm a moderator on your YouTube too.
Absolutely. Christ, you should see some of the shit you can moderate on my Lawrence Krauss interview. Oh my God. Calling me a pedophile by nature and shit. It's crazy.
White people. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Listen. We want equal too, okay?
You know what?
Why can't hey, Izzy, why can't a white guy catch a break around here?
Because you're white. No, I'm just joking. Is that evolution false guy who didn't want us to show it? Yeah, that is the dude that did not want to show. He did not want to show his face, and that's why I did not let him stay up here. But again, I want to let you guys know right now, I'm not requiring that much from this dude. Okay, drunken atheism. If you want to come up, you're welcome to come up. All you need to do is show your face. Now, here's the thing. Remember earlier when we was in your scope earlier, Pat?
Yeah.
Right? And he said, oh, these guys are just, you know, they don't want to go on Discord because they don't want to have a conversation, blah, 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 blah. Now it's my turn. Okay. Duncan atheism, okay, or on Haps is known as evolution false, does not want to show his face, because if he gets embarrassed in a discussion or a debate with me or Pat or anybody else that happens to come up on my stream, everybody will know what he looks like. And everybody will know exactly who he is.
Real quick, Bobby, by the way, you're not saying anything bad. Just try not to use what they think are curse words in the comments, because they keep muting her comments, the moderation, the auto moderation.
Okay, if I can change that, I will, but I can see your comment. He's
Disrespectful, but yeah.
He's a disrespectful ass. I'll show my face, but I look drunk. Right. No, and I get it. I can see your comments. I don't know if they see the comments out there, but I can see your comments definitely. Cash Marie, thank you for joining in. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate it. Welcome. Hello from Sacramento. Atlanta's in the fucking house. All right, so let's get back to this, right? Shall we? Mm-hmm. So what were we just on? We were just on Karens and trying to weaponize police against black folks, black bodies. Okay. The fact of the matter is, white people, you guys need to get out of this idea where the best thing you guys think you can do is call the police, because what that is even though you might not consciously realize it, and I'm giving white people the benefit of the doubt, the fact of the matter is what you are doing is you're quite literally weaponizing the police on black folks, because you know subconsciously, even if it's subconsciously, you know how police are going to react to black folks when they're in a situation. So we really need you to stop doing that, because you know when you're wrong, you look like an idiot. Okay, and that's what it is. Oh, afternoon. Okay, it's the morning here, sweetheart. I apologize. It's early. It's in the morning. I'm in the West Coast, California. You know what I mean? All that bullshit. All right. Anyway, what up, Twan? How you doing, brother? I'll be doing well. You know what I mean? Real shit. You know what I mean? I appreciate you coming in. Twan is my, you know what I mean? That's my homeboy right there. You know what I mean? He is the gay representative. I'm being an asshole right now. Okay, Twan is a real cool dude. This is my guy. If you guys don't know who Twan is, look him up inside the comments, add him, follow him, because this dude is a real cool dude, straight up dude, and I don't promote people I don't like. Let's just put it that way. And this dude is a real dude. All right. COVID is being weaponized against blacks. Also, they purposely let a doctor die. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about on that one. And I saw, and you're talking about the one with the black lady, the woman that was dying in her bed, and she was talking about how she was getting very, 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 very bad service, and the doctors weren't helping her out. Yeah, that is a viral video. It's disgusting to see. And you know, but that actually goes to a bigger issue. Let me talk about that for a second real quick. Let's talk about that. Okay. Who again, please? I will actually get her name for you. Give me a second to get her name for you.
And while he's getting the name, I want to say to Izzy, you know, I appreciate the broadcast here, because these are the kind of broadcasts I like getting on, that people are kind of, and I'm going to admit, if you don't know me, you're surprised normally by the kind of opinions I have on some of these subjects. But on top of that, I like that I don't have to carry the broadcast. I enjoy that heavily.
Right.
So I love these broadcasts.
So have you heard about this woman, the black woman who was she had COVID, right? And when she had COVID, she was talking about the mistreatment she was getting from the doctors and things like that. Do you remember her?
I don't remember her name, but yes, I remember the story. Yes.
Okay. Let me see. So,
oh crap. I will be right back.
all right, go ahead. Handle that. All right, so I'm looking it up right now. Okay. So I got it. Her name is Dr. Susan Moore. Okay, Dr. Susan Moore. All right. And she did a video. Okay. It sounds like a few cases. Absolutely. But see, I want to kind of point this out to something a little bit more broad, and I want to make sure that it's recognized, because this is not something that is like rare that happens. Okay. And I want y'all to understand something real quick. And what I'm going to do is I am going to. Okay. So I was hoping that video was on. I was actually going to. Oh, there it is right there. CNN.com. All right. So what I'm going to do is I am going to share this right here. And if I share it right here, bang, bang, bang. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to play the video. I think this is actually a really serious thing that we really should acknowledge. When we're talking about Black women, right, and how they are treated in hospitals. A lot of people don't pay attention to this. Okay. A lot of people do not pay attention to this. Black women have talked about how they are treated in hospitals for a long time, and they have actually gone out of their way to make sure that people understand that at the end of the day, they are treated in a very disgustful, disrespectful way. Okay? And when this happens, and hold on real quick, bang. Okay. So this happens from birth to regular injury, to just going in and dealing with problems that we have in the Black community when we get hurt, things of that nature. They are less likely to give Black folks pain medicine because the stereotype of Black folks being drug addicted, drug riddled, violent people. When Black women go in to see the gynecologist or go into the doctor, they are given less meds. They are looked at as if they can deal with more pain than the regular woman. They are disrespected and they are not taken care of. Okay. And this is the type of shit that Black women have to go through. Black men too, but Cash, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let me see. She said, I'm experienced a few horrible encounters at these raggedy hospitals, especially in ATL. And I believe it. And tell me if I'm wrong. Cash, you are more than welcome if you want to come up. You just let me know. I'll invite you up and you can let us know about your experiences too. But the fact of the matter is Black women are treated in such a disrespectful way. Black men too. But in a larger light, Black women, because Black women tend to go to the hospital quicker than Black men. Black men have a higher distrust, right, with the hospitals based upon the history that we have as a Black community, right? So, but Black women understand how important health is, right? And so Black women tend to go to hospitals more. So they tend to have higher issues with hospitals where they are treated less than. They're not given pain medicines. They're not taken as serious. They are treated as if somehow they don't feel this pain. It's all imaginary and things of this matter. You see what I'm saying? And so the thing is this is a major issue, especially when we're talking about situations like this. And I want to point this out and I want to put this out there. So real quick, let me play this and we'll talk about this for a little bit. I wasn't going to talk about too much, but I'm going to talk about this. And please excuse if there is a commercial. Please excuse the commercial because I can't, edit it out. All right. So real quick, bug them as a white woman. If you were there first, you're first. Right. And what Bobby is saying, basically, and Bobby, don't get me wrong. I know you mean this with the greatest bit of heart that you have. And I know that you're saying this out of nothing but love, but it's just sometimes just not that easy to just keep on bugging them, because what they end up doing is they try to say we're wasting their time and they understand what's going on and we're overreacting. So with that being said, let's play this real quick. Okay. And I'm going to keep it muted for this Wonder Woman shit. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Okay. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I got to present this. Let me stop that presentation. And I apologize because you can't do more than one at a time. So I got to do this, and I got to do this, and I got to do this, and I got to do that. All righty. So, all right. So I'm going to restart this from the beginning real quick.
If I was white.
All right, so I'm going to restart this, and I want you guys to listen. This is Suzanne Moore, Dr. Suzanne Moore, and I want you to listen to what she has to say, and I'm even going to mute myself. All right, let's listen.
I put forward and I maintain if I was white, I wouldn't have to go through that.
And I'm sorry, I thought it was going to be full audio. It says, Dr. Suzanne Moore posted this video to Facebook about 2 weeks before she died of COVID-19. Let's continue. In it, she said her white physician dismissed her pain and concerns about her treatment.
At that time, I'd only received 2 treatments of the remdesivir.
And as it reads, it says, Moore said that she had to argue to get painkillers and remdesivir, what she just said, I can't articulate that the correct way, an antiviral drug used to treat COVID-19. That's what it says. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's keep on going real quick. I apologize for interrupting.
He said, you don't need it. You're not even short of breath. I said, yes, I am. He further stated, you should just go home right now, and I don't feel comfortable giving you any more narcotics. I was in so much pain from my neck. My neck hurt so bad. He made me feel like I was a drug addict, and he knew I was a physician.
All right, so tell me real quick. Tell me if you, I hope you guys were able to hear that. Were you guys able to hear that? Yes or no? Let me know if you guys are able to hear what I said. They do that with sickle cell disgusting. Absolutely. Were you guys able to hear that? I just want to make sure that you guys were able to hear that. I just lost my dad 2 weeks ago to COVID-19, and I'm grieving so bad over him. I can't stand it. Strawberry, listen. Listen, all my blessings go out to you. I I really am so sorry that you had to deal with this loss. Strawberry, you already know I've always been fucked with you. You've always been a day one, so I really do appreciate it. My prayers are absolutely with you, even though I'm an atheist. You know that, but I can have prayers of good karma and good vibes and good energy to come your way, positive energies to go your way, and I really hope that they reach you. I am so sorry that you are dealing with this, and I wanted you to know, because you are a day one. If you follow me on Instagram and you ever need someone to talk to, you need someone to vent to, just yell at, release that energy, you contact me and I got you. All right, that's who I am. That's who you've always known. So I'm always here for you. All right. Anytime blacks get killed and it is put in the news, whites want the story hidden, talking about it's racist and it's causing more divide. Fuck out of here. Shake my head. Right. Exactly. That's real shit. That's absolutely real shit. And I want to point out to this what she said. She said it herself. She said, my neck was hurting. I'm in pain. I didn't know what to do. I asked them for medicine. They said, you can breathe just fine. She said, I can't breathe. They said, you can breathe just fine. This is due to the way that doctoring has been taught through the years. Please, people, do not get it twisted that they are still on antiquated ideals of treating black patients to white patients. And black patients do not have as much pain. Black patients do not go through the same issues. Black patients can handle it. They can get through it. They're fine. This is something that has been noted. It has been proven over and over and over and over and over. In hospitals across the United States. And this is black women, black men, but mainly black women. And I need to point out that this is black women mainly, because black women are in the hospitals more often. Black women are getting checkups. Black women, when they're hurt, they go to the hospital. Black women, when they get pregnant, they go in there. And I want you to I want this to be pointed out. Tawny, how you doing? Queen Tawny Aboriginal, how you doing? That is my queen right there. That's a day one right there. Everybody, that's a day one right there. I want y'all to understand that black women die from childbirth 4 times more often than white women. Listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all not paying attention. Black women die from minor situations such as childbirth. And I call that minor because of the day and age in which we live. Not as if childbirth is a minor situation, because it's not by no stretch of the imagination. But we have enough medical understanding to make sure that women, for the most part, unless they have some sort of disease or something, some sort of complications, that we should make sure that women live after they give birth. And black women are dying 4 times more likely to die during childbirth than white women. And this is not because black women are unhealthy or black women have more complications. This is because black women are not listened to inside of hospitals just like black men, but more often because they are in the hospital more often than black men. That is just facts. Go look it up. You don't have to take my word for it. Please look it up. Black women are at a disadvantage in the hospital. And this is one of the biggest reasons why black men do not go to the hospital, because we learned. And black women And I hate to use this example. I really do. But women, again, black women have fallen for the okie doke. That white people, they're real to the Hippocratic oath. And they're not. Not when it comes to black folks. Black women are, it's a death sentence sometimes for black women to go into the hospital. They're not paid attention to. Black women, when they say, I'm in pain, I'm getting headaches. Listen, and I got personal experience to this, so I'm going to put my personal experience on this. And again, I understand that it is nothing more than a personal experience. I understand that. I'm not going to say that it anything else, even though the numbers go along with what I'm about to say. My sister had a cyst on her ovaries, and it was the size of a grapefruit. And had she not had surgery, when she had surgery, she would have died. My sister complained of these really bad headaches, pains in her stomach, and things like that. And we must have taken her to the hospital, man, at least 20 fucking times. At least 20 times. And it wasn't until my mom and me started acting like goddamn fucking nuts. And we said, no, something is wrong with her. Fuck you and fuck all you motherfuckers that keep on saying it's in motherfucking her head. It's not in her fucking head. This is real. My sister and my daughter from my mother are not fucking going around here fucking acting as if fucking somehow this shit is all fake. It's not fake. She's real. She doesn't go to school. She doesn't do anything. She's in constant pain. They didn't believe her. And one doctor listened. One doctor, one random, this is back, people, y'all don't get this. This is back in the late 80s, early 90s. And they're still doing this shit today. And one doctor, and you know what? And I'm going to be honest, check this out, because he was even honest with us. He said, I'm going to be honest with you. He said, I did not do this for her. I didn't give her an X-ray and an MRI for her. I did it so we can get you guys out of the hospital faster. Can you fucking believe it? Wait. Listen. Because my mom was really willing to fucking get arrested, and because I was like, fuck you, I'll fucking drop kick you motherfuckers. I was an ornery little nigga, so don't get it twisted. I was a very ornery motherfucker. Very thug, very street, I didn't give a shit. Okay? And I was young at the time, so nobody was really worried about me, right? But I was young at the time. And he said to my mom, he said, I only did this so we can run these tests, get the replies real quick, fast, in a hurry, and then get you out of here. That's all. And he happened, because he had did an extra step, he took an extra step and got an MRI. They noticed the cyst because the way it was situated in her body, it was behind organs, so it kind of meshed in with all the other organs. You see what I'm saying? And so what it did was, he saw it, he barely saw it, then he saw how big it was, and then what he did was, he said, we need to have surgery. And they ended up having to take out one of her ovaries, had to take out this big, ginormous cyst. I mean, this motherfucker was ginormous. And he said, had that thing bursted, she would have died. And it was to that point of no return. Quite literally, it was at the biggest it could have possibly had gotten. And he said within 24 hours, that cyst would have blown up inside my sister and she would not be here. He thought that my sister would never have babies, but, you know, little does he know about the fantastic physiology of fucking black men and black women, and she was able to have kids. He said she would never be able to have kids ever in her life. She luckily was able to give birth to 5 beautiful children. But it was only because he was trying to shut us up that he did this. And good thing he did, because she would have passed. And this is what black women in 2020, this is back in late 89, early 90s. And here we are 30 fucking years later, and women are still, especially black women, are still dealing with this type fuckboy shit even today. If this doesn't let you understand the plight of black men and black women, I don't know what the fuck else will. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you today, the fact of the matter is this. Black men and black women are not taken serious. And we are not taken serious because of how we were used as medical experiments and medical fucking just parts back in the 1750s, during the 1700s, 1700s, and early 1800s. And I hold steadfast to that. Do you know why I hold steadfast to that? Because quite literally, from what I've learned, it still says that in the medical dictionary, that black people feel less pain than everybody else. You know how they always tell you your pet doesn't feel pain and it's not going to hurt and they're not hurting and all this other bullshit. They treated us like animals. Period. No ifs, no ands, no buts. There is no argument. If you want to try to show me different, please provide your information and I'll be willing to listen to it. But you have to be willing to listen to the information that I have and that I have put together, because I promise you my information is going to outweigh your information any day of the fucking week. All right? Now, let's get to some of these comments real quick. I apologize that I've been kind of, not hitting the comments real quick. Yeah, they wanted you all to act like that so they could say, yeah, that's how they act, stupid. Right, exactly. They did want that. That's how them people act, right? I would have acted the same way over my sister too. Brother, don't blame you guys. Absolutely. Thank God she was saved. Real shit. When will these people ever learn to respect black folks? I don't know. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, you have to understand that, is this about lack of respect, or is this based upon a lack of empathy? Which then begs the question, does the greater, the higher, the public, the greater public, right, of the majority white people, do they have empathy for black people? Now, here's the thing. I do want to throw in a caveat that there are other groups that are also treated the same way. Latinx Mexican people are largely treated the same way. Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, these people are always Haitians, they're all treated the same way. It tends to less often happen to white folks and to Indian folks. And unless you are treating your same group, that might change your outcome also. And Asian folks. Okay. So Indian, Middle Eastern, or Asian, it tends not to happen as much. Now, if you notice something, the common denominator is in the people who are actually treated better. They're usually lighter skinned, light, bright, damn near white folks, or white passing. And this is a problem, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you agree with me or agree with anything or disagree, I don't really give two shits, because this is a problem. When black folks go in, listen, and I'm a very rare cause. I'm a very rare kind of guy, because I can get right now, because I was, again, I'm going to bring it up a little bit again. I was in an accident. I was in a car accident. I'm supposed to have shoulder surgery, right? Left shoulder surgery right here. Okay. And I think that looks right for you guys, but trust me, it's left. All right. I'm supposed to have surgery on my left side. Before they decided to have surgery on my shoulder, I told my doctor right off the bat, bang, right off the bat, I don't want anything higher than like ibuprofen and Tylenol, like the highest Tylenol you can have. Give me those. That's all I want. Because I'm really opposed to taking opioids. I'm really opposed to taking painkillers and shit like that. I'm not big on those things. That's just me as a black man. I don't trust them. Okay. But because I made it from the minute I came into the hospital originally to now, I've always made it a very clear thing. Do not give me anything with opioids in it. Do not give me anything that's higher than this. If you think I need something higher than this, you need to give me a full rundown of what it has in it and blase, 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 right? Because of that, and I've been so adamant about it, like sincerely adamant about it. For the most part, I can get whatever fucking pain med I want. Now, is that because I came in originally and I said I don't want that shit at all, period? Or is that because I had a respectful doctor who happened to be a minority, who happened to understand, and they didn't look at race? I don't know. I can't tell you whether or not that's what it was. But they know that I'm not with it. As a matter of fact, they know so much that I was not about that type shit, that I was actually, they had gave me tramadol, and the way it was explained to me that this stuff called tramadol, they explained it to me like it was just a really, really strong pain medicine like Tylenol. So I go home and I'm taking this, and people are telling me, hey, man, you know what that shit is, right? And I'm like, nah, it's just like aspirin, bro. And they're like, no, it's not. Go look this shit the fuck up. So I'm like, okay. So I did my due diligence and I looked it up. I found out it had opium in it. It was, the base was opium. I went right back to my doctor, like quite literally immediately. And I fucking was like, I don't want this shit. I could have swore I told you no opium. None of that shit. And she said, well, this is a very small amount. I said, I don't care. I don't want none of this shit. She was like, well, how long have you been taking it? I said, I've been taking it for 2 weeks. And she says, well, we got to ease you off. And I said, and that's exactly why I didn't want to take none of this shit. You see what I'm saying? So now I have an open cabinet. If I say I'm hurting and I'm in pain, I can get whatever the fuck I want. I can get oxys, I can get Norcos, I can get whatever the fuck I want. I choose not to get them. I choose not to use them. Right now, I can quietly, and if y'all don't believe me, watch this. Watch this. I'm going to show y'all something. You think I'm playing? They feed me prescriptions for this shit all the time. And I'm not going to put all my information up there, but that's a prescription for fucking the highest dosage of Norcos that you can get. Okay? I didn't even ask for this. He said, just keep it just in case. That's how totally against, you know what I mean, like pain meds and opiums, and I'm just not with that type shit. You see what I'm saying? But that's the reason why they give me my, you know, my pick of this shit. Because I don't ask for this shit. I don't ask for it at all. And if I do ask for it, they know I only ask for it because I need it. You see what I'm saying? But even before that, it took a while for them to like really be like, oh, wow. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't fuck with this shit. I don't fuck with no pain pills. I don't fuck with that shit at all. But my bigger point is that they treat black folks like this. They treat black folks like we are nothing more than animals. Like, we don't have a pain receptors. Like, we don't, you know what I mean? Where I live, they won't give you shit. I don't doubt it. Because if I went in there and asked for Norcos, guess what they would have told me? Yeah, we can't do that. Yeah, we can't do that. Right? And you would have to go back a whole lot of times in order to get prescriptions for real painkillers that like really, 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 really work. My point being is that in a very big point, black folks are treated less than, we're treated like animals in the hospitals. And so because we're treated like animals in the hospitals, what basically happens is black women are treated like they are not experiencing the things that they are experiencing, i.e., they're not experiencing the pain, the agony. They're not really sick. They're not really that bad. They're not really, they're over-exaggerating. And this is all based upon the perceptions of bullshit, antiquated fucking ideals passed down from generation to generation, from doctor to doctor to doctor to doctor to doctor. And they quite literally tell black folks, y'all don't feel that shit. You're fine. Because they've been told that black folks do not feel pain like white people. Because we're animals. Let me continue with this. Let me finish up this video real quick. I apologize. It says a 2016 study found that black Americans are in some situation prescribed less pain medicine than white Americans. Okay, let me go back real quick. Okay, and that is, the source is Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. All right. That in 2016, this is 2016, this is only a couple years ago, they found that black Americans are in some situations prescribed less pain medicine than white Americans because they view us as animals, as if we can't feel pain. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a problem. Let's finish watching this real quick. Surgery on her without pain medicine cause she can take it. Right. Based on history, father of gynecology. Absolutely. No, they do not care. It's them in pain. Right. They don't care unless it's them in pain. Let's keep on watching this real quick. It's almost done. It said COVID-19 also highlighted racial disparities. Oops, sorry, because I know it's kind of small and you guys think, so I don't want you guys to miss it. It says COVID-19 has COVID-19 has also highlighted racial disparities in healthcare, with communities of color disproportionately impacted. Okay. Moore was hospitalized at Indiana University Health North. See, that was a little bit fast. Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back. Okay. And she after testing positive for COVID-19. Then it goes and it says, I do not believe that we failed the technical aspects of the delivery of Dr. Moore's care. I am worried that our care team did not have the time due to the burden of this pandemic to hear and understand the patient concerns and questions. Again, these are other doctors making excuses for other doctors. Doctors, when in there, she told them what she was feeling, what she was going through. And as a doctor, she knows that she's in pain and she knows what should have fucking happened. But instead, they keep on trying to make excuses. This is an excuse made by Dennis M. Murphy, president and CEO of IU Health. Okay? Pay attention to this shit. Excuses for black women who go in with pain and end up in a fucking body bag and a pine box because other nurses and doctors don't want to listen to black folks when they tell them something. Let's continue. Says the hospital also said it would conduct an internal and external review of her cases to assess any potential treatment bias. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the problem with the healthcare is the same problem as the motherfucking police. When you put police in charge of investigating other police, there's not going to be too many problems. When you put hospital doctors, surgeons, and other nurses in front of fucking making investigations, guess what? Life's a bitch. You're probably going to find a whole lot of excuses. This is why it's so important to get independent studies on these situations. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to tell you that this is a set-up system. We're not getting treatment. We're not getting treated the same. This is why black folks is being treated the way that they are in hospitals. This is why we're not getting cured at the rates as other groups. We're not, because we're not being listened to. All science is based on the study of white men or women. Charles, absolutely. I agree. Okay, it's bullcrap. Absolutely, it is bullcrap. Let's try to finish this without fucking flipping out, because I swear to God, I'm about to lose my shit.
This is how black people get killed. When you send them home and they don't know how to fight for themselves.
Wow. Less than 12 hours after being discharged, Moore was admitted to a different hospital. Her son told the New York Times that Moore died on December 20th from COVID-19. Says CNN has reached out to the Moore's family for further comment. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Our new house is amazing.
There is a bit of an issue with our neighbor's fencing.
Sorry about that. Hold on real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to understand something. There's a reason why black folks have a serious problem with the situations that's going on in you know, when it comes down to, you know, trusting doctors and things of that nature. There's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason why black people do not trust doctors. There's a reason why black people don't trust police. There's a reason, and I don't understand how white people still do not understand this shit. Why are white people sitting around here acting like we're just making this shit up? I don't get it. We've been making this shit up for the last fucking 100 years? You know what? That's a lot of fucking commitment from black people just lying on fucking cops and lying on doctors for the last 100 fucking years. Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Am I losing my fucking mind right now? Or am I just overreacting because I don't quite understand the situation? Please let me the fuck know. Because this type of shit is the fuck shit that I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to really understand what is really being said. Black folks are out here. We're talking. We're trying to let you know something. And the more you dismiss black folks, the more we say, yeah, of course. Of course. Right? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand where this shit is coming from. And it's like a slap in black folks' faces. It's a slap in black folks' faces. We've been talking about police brutality. We've been talking about doctors in hospitals. We've been talking about fucking the injustices on fucking the judicial system when we are fucking, you know, overcharged and we're given way more time than every other group. We've been saying this. We've been talking about all of these things. But throughout time, what the one thing that is a constant is white folks keep on saying, yeah, you're just tripping. You're just tripping and you need to just do better. Listen, this isn't our fault. This is your fault. You're not getting good doctor care because you're not lifting yourself up and pulling yourself up by the bootstrap. You're being judged and going to prison because you're criminals. You're violent, you're thieves, and you're this and you're that. But we're finding out that that's not the truth. The truth is 4 times more black women die in the fucking hospital than white women, and that is just based off pregnancy. We're not talking about any other fucking situation, just pregnancy. We're talking about black men being charged and given more time, on average between 5 to 20 years longer sentences than white males who commit the same crime with the same level of history, with the same motherfucking, in the same courts, under the same damn judge. Right? We're talking about fucking black folks being brutalized and beat up and killed by police officers and them not having to take no accountability for shit. At a certain point, there has to be a point in which white people say, you know what, dude? I see this shit. This is clear now. Or white people are just going to have to admit, yeah, we don't know what the fuck empathy is. We act like we know what empathy, but we don't really truly have empathy. We don't fucking know. The cops are taking care of the black men, and the hospitals are taking care of the black women. And they're all dying. Why ain't people seeing this? I see it. Abso-fucking-lutely. Let me give you some likes on that shit. That's real shit. I don't understand why this shit is so fucking hard to get, man. I don't really understand. Look, check this out. Real quick interlude, just let you know. For everybody that is watching, whether you're on YouTube, Periscope, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. If you guys are watching on any of these programs and you like to come up, have a conversation, join the conversation, you're more than welcome to. All you have to do is download the HAPS app, HAPPS, HAPS app. Make a profile, let me know that you're in here and just say, hey, man, I want to come up and I want to talk about this. Or you can get on your computer and you can go on haps.tv. Make an account real quick. Find me, jump in the room, let me know you're in here, and I will throw you an invite. All right? Excuse me, I apologize. I don't want this to be an echo chamber. But I also need people to pay attention what the fuck is going on. This shit is real. This shit is real to black people. There's a reason why black folks are the way we are. And white people, let me give you a very brief, white people, let me give you a very, very brief understanding of the concept in which we go by. And I'm going to do some breaks, even though I know there's not no white people here, and even though there's not too many white folks that understand this. I want y'all to answer this to yourself. Okay. White folks, do you believe in background checks? I need you to gloss on that for a second. Just think about that. All right. Now, if your answer is no, I would like to understand why your answer would be no. There are people that can make good arguments, but I would like to understand what those arguments are. Okay? Now, but most white people do not have a problem with background checks. And why do you have background checks? You have background checks because you don't want somebody who has a history of molesting kids working at a daycare. Right? You don't want a kleptomaniac working at a retail store. Right? You don't want motherfucking somebody who robs banks for a living working at a bank, right? These are obvious, right? This isn't hard to get. If they have a past history of it, there is still a possibility, because based upon their past, that they could have some funky little ideas, right? And I get the ideal. I get the understanding. I get why people would say some shit like that. I get it. I understand. I ain't fucking, absolutely dunce to the reason. I get it. You know what I mean? Me personally, I would fucking lower that to sexual offense and murderers or some shit like that, or even just sexual offense, actually. People who have sexual deviancies, I can understand totally across the board. And I can kind of understand thieves when it comes to retail stores. Outside of that, I think everybody can change. And even thieves, I think they can change too. So don't get that twisted. But I think that you would have more of an argument for those two situations. Okay? Now, with that being said, right? Because we know the high recidivism rate, I can't even talk right now. Recidivism, I can't even say it. You guys know what the fuck I'm talking about. But because we know there is such a high recidivism rate on sexual individuals, the sex crimes individuals, such as child molesters, rapists, things of that nature. We know there's a high recidivism rate. Okay. We also know there's a high recidivism. I can't even talk right now. Rate on thieves. Okay. We know those two are for sure. Murder is not as high. Assault is not as high. Violent crimes, like basic violent crimes, tend not to be as high. Robbery, shit like that. But we do see those higher rates on theft and fucking sexual crimes, right? So the thing is I understand those two. Everything outside of that is kind of hazy for me, but I understand why they do it, right? I get why they do it. I know that word, right? But I get why they do it, because you don't want to take the chance of having somebody come into your store, working at your store, and then stealing all your fucking shit before you have an opportunity to make a profit. I get it, because I own a business. I get it, right? Now, here's the thing. I get it with sexual assault and being around women and children and things of that nature. I get that. So if we all can understand why we do it, in order for us to make it be as safe as possible an environment for everyone, the customer, for the worker, for everyone, you have to look at their past. And unfortunately, sometimes you have to judge people based on their past. I get it. I understand. Well, I'm not going to sit here and argue that, right? But here's the key. White people, breaking news. You have a history. And that history don't look very good. And that history is filled with murder, mass murder, domestic terrorism, economic domestic terrorism, rape, molestation, and quite literally genocide. Literally. You understand what I'm saying, people? So you have a history of all these things. Your history, even if we wanted to start it at 1619 when fucking white people got to this motherfucking land, your history is still really fucked up. Genocide, murder, fucking germ warfare, rape, pillaging, theft. You guys got a fucking shitty history. Slavery, lynching. You guys have a really shitty history, right? So, guess what? When you guys say we can judge you guys by what you guys have done in your lifetime, guess what? Black folks get to judge you by what you guys have done. It's only fair. It's not this, oh, you guys are just looking at it. No, this is some serious shit. This is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Okay, let me say that again, just in case some of y'all white folks missed that. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Real simple shit. So there's a reason why we don't trust you in hospitals. There's a reason why we don't trust your vaccines. There's a reason why we don't trust you guys when you say, I'm not racist, I got a black friend. There is a reason for it. Like, quite literally, there's a reason, right? So when we get on this situation, right? We get in this situation and we then understand exactly what the fuck we're dealing with. Then you got to understand the hesitation that's going to come from black folks. If you don't understand the hesitance of black folks, then you either don't give a shit, don't care, stupid as shit, or you're just a fucking racist and really just, whatever. You feel me? You feel me? And I need y'all to get this shit. This isn't hard shit. This isn't like this super hard way of understanding things. This is serious shit. This is life, ladies and gentlemen. That's all. That's okay. Let me see. Let me read some of these. They won't even hire a black man to work if they've been in any kind of trouble. That's real shit. But they will, a white man, they'll let him work no matter what he's done. Absolutely. And we can back that up with facts too. That it is some like 2 times. Listen, check this out. Check it. And this is how you know shit's really fucked up. I want y'all to pay attention to this shit. Okay? When a white man who has been convicted of a felony and hasn't graduated out of high school, when he has a better opportunity to make it to the middle class of society than a black man who graduated high school and has an AA or has close to enough credits to get an AA can't reach to the middle class. This is how you know this shit is real. I need y'all to pay attention to that shit. A white male who did not graduate high school, committed a murder, and got out of fucking prison has a better chance to reach the middle class and make at least 6 figures than a black man who fucking never been arrested, never been in trouble, graduated high school, and either graduated to get at least his AA or is a couple of credits short of getting his AA, has to get to middle class, upper middle class, or to $100,000 a year. Y'all figure that shit the fuck out and tell me what the fuck is wrong. Pay attention. I'm trying to give you this shit. I'm trying to give you this fucking game. Now, I know there's going to be white folks that's going to be like, dude, you're fucking racist. No, I'm not racist. I'm a realist. You understand? I'm a realist. I'm not a racist. I'm a realist. You understand? So we have to understand what this is about. Even the police, right? No, that's true too. Police is less likely to fucking get charged with any kind of crime, even when it's a violent crime. White people, all this shit. Like we can go down the stats all day long. I can give you the stats all day long. It's not a problem. Well, absolutely, Strawberry. You know I'm not no racist. But the thing is most people don't understand, right, what a racist is. So most people can't even talk about it. So, it's neither here nor there. All right. All right, so check this out. So I just want everybody to understand that this situation, when it comes to hospitals, black men, black women, they need to understand the dichotomy and the history behind it. And then they'll understand why black folks are so hesitant to take this vaccine. Then they'll find out, they'll realize why black women, are tripping about the way they're tripping, because, it was said in the comments earlier, black men are getting taken care of by going to fucking prison or getting shot and killed by the police. Black women are going to the fucking hospital for minor issues and winding up in an oak box or a pine tar box, a casket. See, I want y'all to understand that shit. Super important to understand. A lot of people don't get that. Because in a lot of cases, what you have is a lot of motherfuckers who think that feminism and this equality shit is really happening. And it's not really about race. It's all about class. Yeah, okay. You keep on thinking that shit. You keep on thinking that shit because that shit is just blatantly not true. We can prove that. The numbers will prove that shit is wrong. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video before I end. I'm going to talk about this, but I'm going to play a video before I end. And I'm going to play, it's a Nelly Fuller Jr. Video. How many people in here have heard of Nelly Fuller Jr.? Okay. I'm in California. I can smoke pot legally, so fuck all you motherfuckers. Don't edit this stream. This is California. Totally legal here. And even if it wasn't legal, I got a fucking prescription. All right. So, what I'm going to do is I am going to play this. But first, I want to talk about this last little thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about this last little thing. And as I'm talking about this, I'm going to look up the Nelly Fuller Jr. video. I'm going to play the Nelly Fuller Jr. video. And I'm going to let anyone that wants to try to come up here and have a conversation to me about atheism, religion, or if you want to speak your piece on any of the subjects that we've talked about tonight, you're more than welcome to do that. All right. Again, I'm on Haps. You right? Tell them to kiss your ass. Absolutely. So I want you guys to pay attention. We're on Haps right now. HAPPS. If you want to join Haps, please do join Haps. It is very, very, very important that you join us. Join us on this site. Watch us, support us, throw some awards. You know what I mean? But make sure you do what you can to help, to help black folks and help people who are putting out good content. Make sure you do that because it's super, super, super important. All right. So real quick, I'm going to move this over to the side. And this is going to be before we kind of either get to the video and then have the open mic for everybody that want to have a conversation. Before that, I'll give everybody an opportunity and then we'll be done. All right. So this article is about stimulus checks. Okay. If you don't know, Donald Trump signed a stimulus check for the 900 billion or some shit like that, where people are going to get $600. So you're going to get $600. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. You're going to get $600 if you make under $75,000 a year. All right, hold on, you guys. I apologize. Hold on. I swear to God, these motherfuckers irritate the shit out of me. But anyway, if you make under $75,000 a year, you will get a stimulus check of $600. If you are a couple, you can get up to $1,200, but you have to make less than $150,000, I believe. I think it might be actually a little bit lower. I think it might be around $140,000, but I think, don't quote me on it, but I know it's not a very high amount. Okay. It's $1,200. Now, we've been in this pandemic situation for over a year now. But since the last stimulus, it's been 8 months. 8 fucking months, ladies and gentlemen. Since you've had any assistance from there it is. It's been 8 months since we've gotten anything. Oh yeah, that $2,000 will look way better. You know what I mean? It would look way better. And this is the thing. I was with Donald Trump. Look, listen, and I know a lot of people don't like this shit about me, but I'm not gonna lie. I hated Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, when that nigga said $2,000, when this fucking motherfucker said $2,000, guess what I said? Oh yeah, I'm with him. Go get him. Yeah, buddy. Because for the last 8 months, people, especially low-income people, have been going out of their way to go in debt in order to survive. And I want y'all to pay attention to something too, because I think this is the video real quick. Oops, sorry about that. Because at the end of the day, I don't think this is the one. This is a good one.
And don't have a biscuit to eat, because there are so many millions of black people who have so much.
Oh yeah, okay.
It can't be erased. But see, for the 4 or 5 million black people,
okay.
everybody who's in the non-white population, so you can keep them controlled.
This is the same video. It's just worded a little bit different. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save that. And then I'm gonna, sorry about that. I'm just trying to get this shit up and find it. All right. So the thing is what you need to do is, I don't think it's right that they have given that money to other countries when our country. Yeah, no. And I was about to touch on that. The fact of the matter is, you know, when you're going off and giving money to Pakistan, I think it is, when you're giving money to Pakistan to help with their understanding and their learning and their of you know, gender roles and gender, and you know what I mean? Yeah, there's a problem. When they're sending money to Mexico, right? In this bill, they're sending money to Mexico or one of these South American countries. Well, where they're sending them enough money so they can get a check, just like we're waiting to get one, a stimulus, right? But their stimulus is going to be $1,000. It's going to be I was paying attention to a couple people. They did the fucking math, and their stimulus is going to be $1,013. So we're sending another country money so they can pay their citizens a stimulus, and that stimulus is going to be more than the stimulus that we get from the country that sent them the money to pay their citizens a stimulus. Ain't that about a bitch? Let that shit work up in your head. Tell me how that shit works. Tell me. If anybody can tell me, I'm more than happy to listen. You know what I mean? I'm really, really, really open to that shit. You know what I mean? Let me see. I'm just pulling this video up. I think it's a really good explanation. It's really fucking good. Ask Mitch. You know, the fact of the matter is Mitch McConnell has always been a fucking piece of shit. You see what I'm saying? Mitch McConnell is really, really, really he is definitely problematic. Let's just put that way. All right, so let me see. Mitch McConnell, I swear to God, on everything, he's about the biggest piece of shit on the planet. Let me see. I think they might have taken this shit down, to be honest. I don't know why they would have, but I think they did. And that's Hip Hop Cartoons. I need to get to Carlitos. Mitch is talking dead. Yeah, he is. And the thing is, and I'm going to be honest about this shit. If anybody... Right, 10 years, but they keep on electing the asshole. I feel you, brother. And here's the problem. We need to put limits. Right? We need to put limits on... We need to put term limits on the Congress, on the House and the fucking Senate. We need to put term limits. That's just my personal opinion. If you guys disagree, I am more than willing to listen to you and hear you out. I just don't see any reason why that would be a true statement. Okay, so I'm just trying to make sure that I think this is his new channel, but I'm going to make sure. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I just, that's my personal opinion. You know what I mean? We need, Pharaoh, no, truth, okay. I think we need term limits on all these people. All right, so what I'm doing right now, and I don't want you guys to think that I'm just like, being an airhead. I'm actually looking for a channel right now. And I think they took it down. So I think the only other channel that I'm going to have an opportunity to actually find it on is the channel that I'm on right now. But I want to make sure that I can't find the channel, because the video that I want to show is much more exact. And it's very, very clear. and you will quite literally see everything. And this was spoke way back in the 80s. You know what I mean? So the fact of the matter is I think that, being that this was told in the 80s, I think it's extremely relevant right now. And I think it'd be best to give the credit where the credit is due, because I would never do it any kind of fucking real justice on trying to repeat it or explain it. And if I just gave due respect to Nelly Fuller Jr. and I gave him all the credit, I think it would just be worth it. It would be much. It would be more respectful. You see what I'm saying? At the end of the day, right? And so what I'm doing is I'm actually just looking for that. And that's quite literally what I'm looking for, because it is, let me see. Let me see. I think that's his new channel, dude, because they had to have taken it down. And then I think he redid these motherfuckers. I think what he did was he had to take, because he was getting a whole lot of backlash. And because of these videos, and they were trying to say, oh, they're racist, they're this, they're that, but they're not. And it's like the hardest truth you can ever swallow. Zapsters. Okay, see, I know. See, that's one of the older ones. That's one of the good ones right there. Zapsters. So he had to have put in the other one, because expected, insulted, right? The system requirement, nope. Flooding, nope. Stay away, nope. Nope. Niggerization, I don't think that's the one either. Whites only sign, nope, that's not it either. Jeez, I used to have this, and I stopped playing it. I stopped playing this video only because I kind of like took a break, and then I kind of right before I took a break, I fucking actually I didn't play as much, but I used to play this. I used to play this so often, and people used to get annoyed with me when I used to play this shit. You know what I mean? You said white supremacists in the Bible. I think I'm gonna play this one. I think this is probably the closest one to it. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna play this one. What are white supremacists doing now? I think this is the closest one. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll play this. I want y'all just to listen. All right? Yeah, I shared it way back in the day. So listen to this. It starts off, if you don't understand racism or white supremacy, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. All right? Make sure you keep that in mind. What up, Euros? I'm going to look for it in my shares right now. I'm going to keep looking at it.
They're doing four basic things.
Oh, there it is.
Racial showcasing, racial population tailoring, racial dislocation, and white sacrificing. And these four things are designed to produce maximum sophisticated confusion among the victims. And so far it's been somewhat successful worldwide. Now I'll start with the first one. What is racial showcasing? That means taking huge numbers of black people and putting them out front. There's going to be more of this all over the planet. Many millions millions of black people that you will see who will be rolling in money. They'll be able to showcase the places where they live. They'll be able to showcase their knowledge and expertise. So you have television now, you have all of the mediums for doing this, for showcasing huge numbers of black people. I will say it will eventually run into the millions, so many that you won't be able to count them. Now, what is this for? This is for any black person that starts talking about racism in the future is going to be laughed at, because they're going to be able to showcase so many black people who are what you call quote unquote successful, that it will seem that racism has been put out of business. But white supremacy is a world business, and like any other business, it works on profits and losses, which means percentages. You go into business, you expect a certain amount of loss. If you're in the grocery business, well, you might have a load of asparagus that is spoiled. But overall, you will make more profits than you have losses if you're going to stay in the business. Now, so the white supremacists know that the cost of doing the business of white supremacy is going up. They can no longer get away with Joe Louis and Lena Horne like they did years ago. They have to have many, many, many more black people who are going to be showcased. I made up this term just to explain it. You have to make up terms, because they won't make them up for you. So now that's the first phase, or one of the first elements in the maximum confusion. And so that black people won't be able to say, they'll say, well, you know, it must be something wrong with me that I'm down and out and don't have a biscuit to eat, because there are so many millions of black people who have so much. So it can't be race. But see, for the 4 or 5 million black people who will be showcased, there will be hundreds of millions worldwide who won't have a biscuit. That's the way the business operates in the future and will be. That's the way it seems to be going, according to what? The evidence, according to the logic. The other is racial population tailoring. That's number 2, meaning they're going to be killing huge numbers, either directly or indirectly, of non-white people. When I say black people, I mean, you know, non-white. Anybody who's in the non-white category, and doing this on an ongoing basis. Not to try to kill them all, because when you're in the business of racism, you don't kill off the thing that you need in order to keep racism going. Your ego trip, which is what it's really all about. But you do tailor the population so you can keep them controlled. So you'll kill off a few million in the Congo, then a few years up the road, you'll kill off a few million in Nigeria, and a few years up the road, you'll kill off a few in Mexico, and on and on and on. And you will highly select the places where you do this. You'll have it all computerized, where you kill off huge numbers, or you have them, even better still, kill off each other, like you do in most of the cities in the northwestern part of the world, called the northwestern hemisphere. Having black people gun down each other, you know, non-white people, the brown people gunning down each other, gangs and all that other foolishness. See? And you kill them off, you know, and you just keep this going and you egg it on. And you put things in place that will see to it that it just keeps going that way. It never stops, because that's the mentality of the people. And this is racial population tailoring. In other places where the people are reasonably sane, they don't have a tendency to kill off each other. Then you do things like dry up the water, or poison the rivers, dump toxic waste. There's all kinds of ways to do that racial population tailoring. All right, then the other, number 3, is racial dislocation. Keep them moving. People who are forever on the move through eminent domain, urbanization, urban renewal, gentrification, or, here again, drying up the river. You build a dam 800 miles up, and the river seals off the water behind the dam. I mean, the dam is sealed off, the river is sealed off behind the dam. So that means that all the people down in the valley there, they don't get any water. They need water. They depend on the fishing industry. So now they have to come and work for you, because there's no more water there, no more fish. And you give them minimum things are for maximum sophisticated confusion among the victims. So you're not confused. You're keeping your victims confused. So you have white sacrifices, meaning it's kind of parallel to the racial showcasing. But these people in this case are white. Like in any army, any military operation, you know you're going to have some losses. So some white people are written off under the system of white supremacy. And a lot of white people are aware of this. They don't like it. But they're told that this is the cost of doing business. Just like a person who goes into the army and knows full well you might get killed. But it goes with the territory of trying to defend your bigger operation. So white sacrifices mean you'll have more and more white people on park benches, more and more white people begging on the streets. They will be greatly visible. But what you won't pay attention to, because black people never pay much attention to what white people are doing, we just watch each other. See, they know that. You'll be passing millions of white people who are doing well on any city street. And for the handful of white people who have fallen through the cracks, you might say, sitting in front of the subways or begging in front of these delicatessen, for the handful that you see doing that, up under the bridge and all like that, it will give the illusion that it's not about race, that white supremacy is officially out of business. So there will be more of these white sacrifices, and they will be greatly visible. But compared to the number of white people who will be prospering, it will be very negligible worldwide. Now those are the four maximum sophisticated confusion elements.
The four maximum confusion. This is what I'm talking. This is maximum sophisticated confusion elements. The four maximum sophisticated confusion elements. Now, Euro, I invited you up here because it's a lot easier if we just chat, and we've already had plenty of chats before. So if you want to come up and explain to me what you mean by what that sounds racist, because I don't quite understand the statement, and I don't want to misread or misunderstand what you mean by that. If you could rewrite it, or if you could just jump on up and we can have a conversation real quick, because you already know we've already had many conversations. So it's up to you. But if you could just explain what you mean by, well, isn't that racist? What part was it that you felt was racist, and why would you feel that it was racist? You know what I mean? So if you guys want, we can't call him cornball yet. We gotta see what he's talking about. But that is Nelly Fuller Jr. Okay, that's Nelly Fuller Jr. And it's called, you can look it up online, and it's called "What Are the White Supremacists Doing Now?" What are the white supremacists doing now? By Nelly Fuller Jr. And it'll be under hip hop cartoons. You'll find it. All right, what's up, Euro? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up? Welcome to Haps, by the way.
What's up, bro? How you been, man?
I'm good. You like it over here?
I am liking it over here, bro. I
Okay.
really am. I'm enjoying myself. I think they have a really good dashboard. It's really nice. I think as soon as they fix out the little bugs, I think I'm I think that it'll be a really good site. I really do.
I feel the same way. I think there's some potential. I mean, there's a lot of little bugs, right? But I mean, one good thing about them is that they seem to move faster than Periscope at like fixing them and like addressing their concerns and stuff. So
no, absolutely. And the thing is I think it's because this is the very beginning, right? This is the start of it. So because there's not as many users on here, People are just kind of slowly trickling over here, right?
Right.
I think that they're able to get to a lot of the concerns that we're having. And so with that, I really, really, really appreciate that they're really so right on the button of everything. I really do. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I like that too.
So let's get into this conversation real quick. So tell me what you thought was racist real quick.
Well, you know what? I'm rereading the comment, and maybe it's not racist. I mean, like, I don't understand the context of why this person said it. And when I went through their previous statements, they're not, the other statements don't seem racist. So I'm thinking maybe, I don't know, maybe they meant this like sarcastically or something.
So what was the comment that was racist?
Well, let me go back to it and find it so I get
it,
quote it correctly.
What's up, Pink? How you doing? Thank you for coming into my stream. I appreciate it. I hope you come back for more. You know what I mean? You know, I just want to welcome you in here real quick while I let the gentleman find the comment that he was looking for. And
you have so many comments in here. It's surprising how far back I have to go, or did I pass it maybe? But you know, one thing is I watch a lot of YouTube, and so I see a lot of these on YouTube, like these old American TV programs, and it's funny because you can see like how the subject of race and racism has changed over time. So it's kind of interesting seeing that.
Well, I think it has changed, but I think it hasn't changed as much as maybe some people would think. Because I don't think people really truly understand racism. You know what I mean? You know, I've been studying this word alone for at least 15 years. And people seem to think that they can understand it in 30 minutes, and it's not that simple. Unfortunately, I don't think it's as simple as people have been being taught. And I think that's why they have a misunderstanding of a lot of things that we're talking about. And even at the beginning of the video, the beginning of the video, it says right at the very, very beginning, he says, let me pull it up real quick. He says, let me see. Okay, there it is. It says, if you don't understand racism / white supremacy, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. And I think this is a very true statement because people don't really understand racism, white supremacy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about racism, I think you're right, is that it's so pervasive and so comprehensive. It has like so many different effects and consequences, you know.
It does, but it doesn't. It does in the context in which we speak about it today. But technically, it really doesn't. It's really very specific. And the thing is I just don't think people care to know. It's easier just to know the simple shit. You know what I mean? It's really easy for people like, you know, ordinary people to sit around and say, you know what? Hey, man, no, it's not that serious. It's, you know, it's easier because they can pass it off. They can say, nah, it's not that serious, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of like looking the other way, you mean?
Right. And I think that it was meant to be defined in such a way that it does that kind of thing. So I think that's really what it is. I think we've all been mistaught. Well, I think white folks have been mistaught. I think black folks fully understand it. I don't even think that other minorities fully understand it the way we understand it. To be completely honest, I'm gonna be 100% honest. I just don't think other minorities such as Asian, Mexican, you know, any other kind of, you know.
Do you think it's because you have to experience it to understand it, or?
I think that might be okay. So what I'll say that black folks have we understand it more clearly because we experience it. But I think if people took the time to think and listen, I think more people would understand it if they so choose. I mean, it's just a matter, it's just a matter
being
of
open
choosing.
to it.
Yeah, right. So I don't think it's like necessarily just because we experience it, but I think it makes it easier for Black folks to understand it because we experience it. I don't think it's because of that we understand it.
What do you think about all these Black people? You see quite a few of them now they tend to be on the right more than on the left. That are, they're in sort of a denial. They're like, hey, they think it's in the past or something like that.
Right. Now, those, when you have right-leaning, and see, I don't really like to even call them right-leaning. I think that there's always been a significant number of Sambos and sellouts and cones in a Black community. But when we're talking about right-wing, no, I don't think so, because I have some right-wing friends who are totally say racism is real and systematic racism.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying all right wing people. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about these people that take the position that racism isn't real, or like they say, get over it and stuff like that.
Right now, and I'm probably going to offend some people here when I give this answer. So, please, if you are offended by my answer that I give, please just ask a question on whatever you want to know about my answer if I don't fully answer it for you. But I am going to be straight up and I'm going to be honest on this. I don't, most of so the people who are foundational Black Americans, I think those that say that type of stuff, they're Sambos, they're sellouts, and we've always had those throughout time, right? So even way back when slavery first started in the United States, we had sellouts in order to get a better position, you see what I'm saying, at the table,
right?
Per se. We've always had those. So we have those people, and then we have another group. And the other group, I call it, is they're anchor babies. They are first, second, third, and even fourth and fifth generation minority groups, including African people, primarily African people, who say these things. And because they have never taken the time to actually, digest what Black folks went through in order to make it where they were even able to come over here, I don't think they respect it. I don't think they care for it. And I think, quite frankly, they don't care about racism because they come from a place where they know they are dealing with racism also, right? And because they're dealing with racism and a system of white supremacy, and they're so accustomed to it, as long as it's not a fucking, they don't care as long as they can make more money than wherever they currently are. I think it's really, 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 really simple, because most of these people are, they're not foundational. They didn't go through the things that we went through. They didn't go and they didn't see what their parents or our parents or our grandparents had to go through. They don't see any of that. What they see is, well, we were living, they'll come over here with the same attitude, like they were living in huts, when they know damn well they wasn't living in no damn huts, right? But they'll take the trope and then act like they get over here, and then they'll be like, oh, look we made it from the bottom, and now we're up here, and you black people are just lazy, and you stupid Akatas, and they call us all sorts of names, just like all the other groups, right? So African people will call us cicadas, you know what I mean? The Latinos will call us maetes, and then the Asian people call us, I don't know their language, so I ain't going to even try to say it. And then, you got white folks over here that's calling us niggers, and then you see what I'm saying? So you got all of these groups that are saying, we made it. Why can't you? You're clearly lazy, and you're clearly stupid, right? But they don't understand racism, so therefore they're completely lost.
Yeah, I think you're onto something, which is I think that there's, in addition to like the race issue, some of this has to do with like class and economics. So these people that think that they're a little bit better off for whatever reason always try to like find a way to like sort of justify like why are they better off than other people, whether it's race or just poor people in general.
Right. No, and I will agree with you on the general portion of it. When you're talking about these other groups, a lot of people don't really realize that foundational Black Americans quite literally are the doormat before you're welcome into the house. Right? For all these other groups, right? So for immigrant Africans, immigrant Caribbeans, Latinos, Latino X, Asians, and all these other little subgroups of European, right? They come in here and they say, well, we were able to do it. Why couldn't you? And this is their attitude. But they get that attitude from the white folks that are already here, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I think it is. It's always, I mean, the way I kind of see it is part of it has to do with like the haves versus the have-nots. And so people like kind of want to justify like, why it's okay that, other people are struggling or going hungry or whatever. So they try to turn it into a moral thing or an ethical thing. Well, it's because you're lazy or because blah blah blah. They don't want to address like the unfairness issues involved, right? So they turn it into like, oh, it's your fault somehow,
right? Because you didn't try hard enough. You didn't pull yourself up by the bootstraps. We always hear. How often do you hear that trope, right? So this idea has permeated within the whole nation, including all these other groups, including Africans, right? And people don't really get that immigrant Africans are a group that is going out of their way to try to speak for Black folks in this country. Okay, don't get it twisted. And I'm gonna tell you something: Black folks don't like that shit. You didn't go through what our ancestors went through. You don't have the scars. You don't have that. You have different kind of scars that came from different people. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's so many issues. And then, like Martin Luther King Jr. was getting into this at the end of his career and life. He started talking more about, the economic injustices, right?
Oh no, that was his whole career. A lot of people just don't realize it.
Oh, okay. But he was emphasizing it more, talking about it more.
Well, he did push it a little bit more after the cancel check speech. So I'll give you that one. But more often. But the reason why he did that is because he didn't think he was going to be around for very much longer. So, which he was right.
He was right.
Right. You know what I mean? So the thing is from the gate, Martin Luther King was very much about economic empowerment. But and the thing is what's so funny about that situation is this, and this is why foundational Black Americans are not big on first, second, third generation, fourth generation Africans speaking for them, because the fact of the matter is this: had white folks left Black folks alone to their own damn devices, black folks probably, and I'm not going to say this for every single black folk because I don't speak for every single black person, but black folk probably want to be talking so much about no reparations right now. You know why? Because there was acts of economic domestic terrorism that was pulled upon black folks, foundational black Americans in this country that nobody ever wants to talk about. Primarily Tulsa, Oklahoma, Slocum, Texas, Wilmington, North Carolina, Arlington, North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina, you know what I mean? All these, Rosewood, Florida, all these places. These were economic foundations, right? That nobody ever seems to know or understand, where we had, what in today's money would be considered millionaires that were quite literally burnt out of their houses, kicked out of their houses, kicked off their land, and completely wiped off the map. Because why? You had white folks that wanted a trip for one reason or another. You see what I'm saying? And this was not just an act of domestic terrorism when they would come into the towns and kill them and burn their homes and their businesses and all this other shit. That is economic domestic terrorism, which people never recognize, because this was economic foundations for black folks across this motherfucking country. And then what happened was you took it all away. And this didn't happen one time. This happened multiple times. The 1919 Red Summer, or the Blood Summer, some people call it, that happened. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And went from the middle of the country to the east coast of the country and ran through every single black motherfucking township.
Yeah. Well, I think what happens too is you have people that are sort of the elite, right, economically speaking, and they like to, what they don't want to have happen is they don't want class warfare, right? They don't want it to be rich versus poor, because they know that is ultimately a struggle that they can lose, like the French Revolution type thing. So they encourage these divisions between races or other issues because it's amongst other reasons, it's to their benefit economically. So if they can get poor whites versus blacks and blacks versus Hispanics and create all this division, it just helps them,
And to be honest, it's just I won't argue with that, because you're absolutely right. And actually, the video that I just showed actually pointed that out, because what did it say? It said the very last stage number 4. What are the white supremacists doing right now? Right? What he said is number 4. He said white. What was it called? White sacrifice. You heard me? White sacrifice, which was, we're going to throw white people down here at the bottom of the barrel. Then we can point at them and we can always say, well, this isn't about race, because even look at the white guy. The white dude's out here.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they're playing all the sides. I mean, that was the whole idea, like the Jim Crow laws and stuff.
Right.
So you could have all these white people that are in really poor economic situations, having to, struggle to live, work in the factory, but then they can make them feel better by saying, like, hey, at least you get to drink from the white fountain.
Right.
Versus that black guy. So it's like a way to use it as a wedge.
Right. And they started that. And that was, I love that you said that, because that started like a documented where you can see where it really started. It started in 1681. 1681, that was before the country ever was even a country. That's how far back this shit goes. You know what I mean?
It's really crazy.
Yeah, it's super crazy. Hey, Tony, thank you for that super clap. I appreciate that, brother. You already know. You know what I mean? It's so crazy because 1681, you had the Beacons Rebellion, one of the biggest rebellions that ever happened, out of over 220 written down, notarized rebellions from slaves to their against their masters. Do not get it twisted. Black folks fought for their freedom. Okay, but anyway, in 1680, there was a thing called Beacon's Rebellion. And don't quote me on the time because I think it was 1680. I'm just doing this off the top of my head.
Yeah, but roughly
around 1680, right?
Okay.
It's called the Beacon's Rebellion. And then after the Beacon's Rebellion, what happened is they made delineations between indentured servitude and slavery. And what they did is they gave laws, and people that were able to actually go into court, they could, go against, the guys that were putting in the work and everything. They were able to get some sort of a repayment for lost wages, for overworked, for things of that nature, right? And what they did then after that is they said that Black folks were slaves, and slaves had no rights, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really great example of what we're talking about, because what happened before that rebellion was there was an alliance between the Africans and the Europeans who were indentured servants,
Irish and British.
Yeah.
So
okay. So they were indentured, enslaved, and there was free blacks, and there was an alliance with them, and this really bothered the upper class colonial, and they said, well, we can't have these people alive, because again, it's the same thing. Like if it's us, the very few, it's the 1% against all of them, we're going to lose. So they created even more division, and they started passing all those laws and making a distinction between the blacks. They created that whole caste system, basically.
No, absolute, and that's a great word that you put it at. Caste. It's a caste system, and a lot of people don't want to recognize that, but it is. So and that's exactly what happened. So then now you got a whole bunch of white folks to saying, well, we get out of slavery, we have laws that protect us, and or indentured servitude. I shouldn't say slavery because it wasn't that. But and on top of that, when we get free, we gonna be one of them.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So they were able to trick a whole bunch of white folks, a whole bunch of poor ass white folks, to basically go against what is the better for them, which they continuously do all the way up to today. You know what I mean?
It's constantly going on, is to get people to vote against their own interests, right? Because they always try to convince them, and it's really kind of a stupid game. But what they try to do to everyone is they try to give you a false hope, your situation can get better, and look, you think things are bad, but that other person has it even worse.
Right. Right. So you have this going on, and it's very, 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 very telling, right? That people fall for this, right? And so we sit here and we try to, educate people and let them know what this is all about. But let me ask you a question, because you have said, so I'm assuming you couldn't find the statement that you said.
I did find it.
Okay,
and I'll tell you why I had trouble finding it, because I was looking for it on this iPad session here where I'm in with you, and the comment was hidden. I don't know if you see these comments are hidden sometimes. So the hidden comments don't show up at all on this device. So I had to go to a separate phone, and I found it. So anyways, it was a comment that was on Periscope, not here. And going through the history of the person's other comments, I don't think it was racist. I think I kind of misread this. But this is what the quote actually said. This person said, "No, there's nothing wrong with the black folks only getting screwed by whites." But I think maybe they were just quoting.
Yeah, they were just quoting, because we were already, I know that comment, so we were already having that. What up, Voss? How you doing? Izzy, if you want to catch me live, I go live in 15 minutes. All right. I will try to make it in there. I'm going to see how much longer this conversation lasts, but I am going to try to make it in there. All right. So no,
You see what I mean? Like, so when I
was,
first read it, I was like, wow, that's a terrible thing to say. But I think they were quoting somebody else or something.
no, they were making a statement. It was a sarcasm statement.
Yeah, okay.
That's what it was. It was a sarcasm statement. But
well, that's good.
No, okay. So and now, so did you listen to the video that I played?
Yeah, well, I heard most of it, if not all of it, and I thought it was good.
See, and this is a thing. This Nelly Fuller Jr. said this in, I believe, either 80 or 90. You see what I'm saying? So it was like within that 20-year period, and it's been 20 years. And if you look at that video, I could play that video right now. And if you guys want to go check out this video again and read it again, all you got to do is go to my Twitter. I posted it on Twitter. If you follow me on Facebook, it's already up on Facebook. So it's on Facebook and Twitter. All you got to do is go to my account, and it should be like the last video that I posted. So check it out if you want to know what video we're talking about. Or if you just want the video and you want to know where to find it so you can keep it locked in your phone, it's there for you too. Okay. Now, when he said any of this, let me ask you this. How many things did you actually see or hear him talking about, which you were like, oh wow, that's going on right now? Oh God, okay, that's going on right now.
I think that stuff is going on right now. That's why, like, the thing is, that's why, like, the way I kind of see it is, I think this is sort of like a classic thing of divide and conquer. So, like, there's some people, they're just racist, right? Because maybe that's how they grew up, that's all they know. So they feel empowered, or like, hey, I could be better than someone. But then there's other people that feed into this because they always want that division. That's why, like, every time there's a new immigrant that comes to the States, there's always people trying to push them down. So whether, it's the Irish, when the Irish came over, when the Italians came over, and then,
now the Mexicans and the Indians and
the Indians, so it's always like, it's trying to create a us versus them, so people don't see that they're really getting screwed by, because before we had these laws, right, these companies that operated the mines, the coal mines, or the large plantations, the farms, I mean, they all brutalized these workers, right? They made these workers work 12, 18 hours a day, give them absolutely as little as possible, and, there was no treatment at all. Like, you got sick or you got injured at work, boom, you're just screwed.
Yeah.
You're fired. We'll get somebody else.
And I agree with that. I actually agree with all that. But
they were children and stuff. I mean, just think about how brutal that was,
Right.
And they used to, another thing they used to do, and they did this to blacks after they so-called freed them from slavery, right? This is the other thing that they did before it became illegal, is they'd have all these people work. And, they had, like, an example of this is the sharecropping system they had in the South. And so they said, okay, well, you're free now, but you've got to buy the supplies from us, and you got to pay us rent for the land. And, they had all these costs. And it's like, you can work the land, you're independent now. You work the land yourself.
I know what you're talking about. I
know what I mean? And what they did is they created a system of debt where, so every year it just turned out, oh, wow, you came so close. You didn't make a profit. So you get more and more indebted every year.
Yeah, that was right after slavery. They actually called that, what was that shit called? It started with an S. It was...
I think it was called sharecropping or something.
Sharecropping, that's exactly what it was. So,
the factories did the same thing. They used to create these factory towns, right? So the factory would own, like, the stores in the town and the houses and stuff. So you quote unquote were free, right? But basically you had to work for the company, and then you relied on them for food and for housing and everything else. So they totally controlled your lives,
Right. And it was a sharecropping on a bigger space. Now, I'm going to go through some of these comments because I think I think there's some that needs to be brought up. So Hasino said, stop comparing yourself to us. Workers got paid and they chose to come here, which I think is a valid point. He said, not chattel slavery. Stop the nonsense. He said, how many Irish breeding farms were there, and who's this they you speaking of? Okay.
No, I agree with Halcino. The chattel slavery is far worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're equal. What I'm saying is that there are forces that create these divisions. Like that's why I was saying, the Beacons Rebellion that you brought up is a good example. They specifically made it worse to try to appease people that were in a bad situation. And I say, hey, look, we'll make it even worse for black people, to make them feel better about themselves. But
you're not feeling so bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And that's kind of when the idea of this because right around 1630 you had the word racism. Well, right around actually 1635, right around 1635 to 1638, you had the word racist that started becoming a more used word. But at the same time, you also had right around 1630, this idea of whiteness that was actually being bred and cultivated in the United States. So I agree with you on that, only because I understand ultimately what it came down to and what it turned into. So I do agree on that portion of it. Now, there are some things because I do kind of understand where Halcino's going, because one second you're talking about racism and it's like you're right there on it, right? Then it kind of sounds like, well, these other people had it too. These other people had to deal with it too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's why I say I don't want to say that they're the same, because they're not. But this is the evil that was done. It was an attempt to dehumanize people to justify the unjustifiable. So they kept making things worse and worse, right? So you treat him as chattel property, and you don't allow marriage and intermarriage and all these things. So it's a way to dehumanize people. It's just like the cannibal tries to justify eating the people by saying that they're not people, they're not real people. And that dehumanizing practice is obviously horrible, and that's what was done.
Right. No, absolutely. Okay. And I just want to clear that up, because it did the way you said it. And I know you, like, I've talked to you enough times to know, at least in my scopes, in my streams, you don't, get out of pocket. So, and that's just in my streams. I don't know what you do outside of that, because I don't pay attention. You know what I mean? But,
I try to keep a consistent message, but I think it's important. Like, look, evil is evil, and I think it's important to talk about it and to try to, stamp it out as much as we can. And the first part is sort of to recognize, this evil that was done, and how do we fix it? And that's why, some of these people who are trying to say, well, this is all in the past type stuff and trying to forget about it. It said, well, there are consequences that are generational, and they have an impact for, decades and decades to come still. So it's not just the past,
Right. No, and I agree with that. Now, Halcino said, but you're still comparing them right now. So let me ask you something. Do you think, and this is a your answer, do you think that capitalism and the 1% and caste systems, in a sense, as we was talking about earlier, and do you think that is more important? Do you think that's a bigger issue? Or do you think that racism is the end all be all? It is the foundation of all these things. And do you think
I think there's both things going on. I think what happens is, like, what's driving the economy, right, is these economic interests. So you have these people that are incredibly wealthy, right?
Mhm.
And they control the economy, and their primary motivation is getting rich, right? And keeping that control.
Mhm.
Then what they do, those people, that economic interest, is they are exploiting people's prejudices. And there are people that are just racist ideologically, right? Like they just believe this stuff, but they're being encouraged and fed by these other people that want to exploit those differences because it helps them. So that's like, in the Beacons Rebellion, these economic interests didn't want the indentured servants and the slaves and the free blacks in an
Right.
alliance
Give
against
me
them.
one sec. Give me one second.
Yeah.
My dog wants to go out for some odd reason all of a sudden. Give me 1 second.
Like the countries in Africa that feed France colonial. Yeah, colonialism is a great example.
There. Go. Ooh. All right. Sorry about that. All right. So let me because what I'm hearing, and again, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I'm hearing you right, and I don't want to
Okay.
inflate your words. Okay. So because when you said it right then, it seemed like the overarching view was that it's kind of like this caste system or a class system, a classist system. And that is the bigger that comes the way you said it, it kind of comes out as the bigger issue, the classism situation. Because
Well, I don't know if it's a bigger issue, but what happens is the economics of it drives the racism issue because they use that as a wedge. So they empower that. So um, like what we were talking about before. It's like, yeah, you may be dirt poor and struggling, but hey, you should feel better because we created these laws. You're still better than a black person, which is totally ridiculous, right? But that's done as a way to create division, so that so the masses don't rise up against the powers together and say, let's fight this economic injustice. They create a caste system.
do you think that if the economic situation became more equal and more level, do you
I
think
think it. I'm not saying that would end the problem, but that needs to be ended because the economic injustice is real, right? And people have been, mistreated for generations. They deserve to be treated, properly and equally, and have the full benefit of the rewards of society.
and I get that, but because see, my thing is this: if because if you can solve racism, you can solve classism. But if you solve classism, you still can't solve racism. You still have that problem that you still have to
Oh
deal
yeah,
with.
no, I'm agreeing with you. I agree that there's a race problem that is separate from the economics, right? I'm saying that they use the economics to fuel the race problem. You need to solve both, right? But
Yeah, but did you hear how I said it though? Because
yeah,
I think it was kind of important. Like I said, like if you can solve racism,
right.
inherently with that, classism will be solved at the same time. Okay,
Well, see, I
but
think you got to be careful there, right? So let's say we solved racism, right? So
right.
people don't see white and black, and everybody's treated as equal, etc.
Mhm.
You can still have rich people mistreating poor people.
Right, but the thing is you have if you solve the injustices of something as simple of a concept as race,
Right.
classism is a way easier thing is to topple
Yeah, I
because
agree. Yeah, I agree.
so the thing is if racism goes down, classism goes down right after, like directly after it, and even easier it is toppled. And
Yeah.
but if you topple classism
Right.
first,
Right.
right, you're still going to have a very long road to topple
racism.
Like,
yeah, you might be right. I mean, I never thought about, like, the order in which we need to topple them. I mean, they both need to go. But
right, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
In no way do I disagree with that. They both need to go. But the thing is when you look at it on that level, when you start looking at it in that sense, well, which one is going to be toppled easier, and what's going to help topple both of them, the fastest?
Well, which one do you think is easier to topple?
Easier to topple
Yeah.
would be classism, in my opinion. Easy.
Yeah.
Not even a question, because we're living in a capitalist system right now,
Right.
in which people are starting to see the capitalism in which we live in topple in and fold in on itself.
Right.
So the more capitalism falls in on itself, and honestly, this is actually not a long standing for capitalism. It's not a very good job. You know what I mean? So the more capitalism, especially American capitalism, folds in on itself, the easier it'll be to get a whole bunch of people together and say, fuck the rich, let's fucking, let's get this shit a whole different way, right? And really go after the government. But there's still, after that is done, there's still going to be racism that we got to deal with. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if you can topple racism,
right,
it's going to make everything else that comes after it that much easier to topple. Because racism is an ideology. Capitalism is a system that's put in place.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think racism is harder because it's an ideology that's so ingrained in so many people and in institutions and whatnot that it's
Right.
it's a pervasive problem. Yeah.
Right. And let me read some of these comments real quick. I'm so glad we're knowledgeable enough to recognize this for what it is. Halcino's on with tonight. He said, "We don't have class issue. We have white folks killing black folks for years problems. That's not our issue. Our issue isn't isn't your quality of life being disturbed. Class doesn't have anything to do with us. That's you." Right. And I get what he's saying with that. Shatir said, "Work on racism first, LOL." Halcino says again, he said, "It's not falling. The version they practice falling. Real capitalism's coming. Let me see. Real capitalism coming about. Class don't stare." I think he did. The real classism coming about. Okay, I think I get it, but I'm not quite. I think you left something out, or maybe I'm reading it wrong. Rewrite that shit, Halcino. So Shatira said, respectfully, black people can't topple racism. I agree too. I agree with that one also. Let me see. Class didn't sterilize black women. Absolutely, class did not sterilize black women. Was good, Izzy. Was good. Hey, hold on 1 second, you guys. Talk, and if you want to reply to any of those, talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've been reading them. And they seem like good comments. Halcino said, was saying real capitalism coming about. Hi, Matt from Toledo. You dare not reply. Reply to what? I have no problem replying. Complete silence is the order of the day. Well, Izzy had to go take a phone call or something. Matt Harley just subscribed. Not talking about Izzy. I'm talking about silence. I'm saying Izzy's not talking because he's taking a phone call. I'm reading the comments and responding to the comments. Yeah, I am here. Sure, you know that address the countries holding up France. Well, you talked earlier about colonialism, and I agreed with you back when you made your comments about colonialism. So that's the whole nature of colonialism and mercantilism. That was the official economic and foreign policies of countries at the time, was to exploit their colonies around the world for goods, for the benefit of the motherland.
He dare not reply. Complete silence. And
It's not really responding if you don't address the comments. I am addressing each and every comment.
Yeah, so I didn't hear. I had to take that phone call because they was gonna keep on calling over and over and over until I picked up.
Oh yeah, sure.
So I don't know where quite you're at. But
I mean, I've just been reading the comments and trying to respond to them.
Right, I feel you. So the thing is if you see it from the direction in which I bring it, I think it calls out the fact that racism is more you know what, fuck you, Alcino. You can kiss my ass. I'm trying to be diplomatic right now. Okay. He's nigga, what? You know what? And this is it. Look, I even liked your shit. Fuck you, nigga. All right. So, and I'm not bug dancing. What I'm doing is I want to hear his answers. Okay. That's a part of a good streamer, is to hear his answers. Okay. Damn it.
I don't understand. We can't agree on something. We have to disagree.
No, it's a black thing. You want to understand.
Yeah. No, I kind of get it, but it's kind of like crazy, because even when we find things to agree about, people getting upset and saying, well, we should disagree.
No, it's what it is here's the thing. When the thing is at the end of the day, I don't disagree with anything you're saying, right? In a very general and broad piece, right? But see, when we just hit the last thing that I asked you, well, what's more important, classism or racism, right? And then we broke that down, and I had to take a phone call, right? The fact of the matter is that classism, again, in the argument that you gave, classism seems to be a more pressing issue. And so what he was bringing up was regarding that. Again, black folks.
I'm not saying it's necessarily more pressing. The difference between the two is that the racism, like if you're talking about it independent of the economic consequences, right? This is just a hatred, right? It's an ideology of hatred, or ideology of superiority versus, inferiority or whatever. So that is something that is sort of insipid and difficult to deal with, and needs to be dealt with.
Right. But the thing is it's not, again, when you said that, and again, maybe it's just understanding it different. But the thing is, and I'm trying to give you the best, because again, I'm trying to give you the best, viewpoint that I can, right? Because any other person, right? I'd be crawling down their throat right now. Okay. And so the thing is when you say things like, well, which is a pressure issue, and then you said racism, and then you gave out the definition of what modern day racism is. What it's actually doing is it's taking away from what racism actually is. Even though I get you read the dictionary, you see the dictionary.
Well, why don't you just tell me what racism is then?
Well, okay, so racism is an action, right? Depending on the ideology, right? And this action, it adversely affects Black folks in every single aspect of life. You see what I'm saying? And so what people don't really get is to try to use the definition that's used is a kind of a misnomer. And the reason why is because you have to go all the way back to 1902. Okay. And so you go back to 1902 and actually a little bit before that, what you find out is that you have a couple terms that are used: racialist, right? And racialist, hold on, let me make sure. I want to make sure I get this word right real quick. And if I can, because these definitions are built off of some, and a lot of people don't really get it. Actually, this is the wrong phone. I'm over here on the wrong phone. A lot of people don't really get it because they don't understand the word, right? So let's go. All right. So, and racialism, that's what the word, that's the other word. Okay. Racialist and racialism. Okay. So this is where the formation kind of starts getting started. Those two words. Okay. And so you have to understand that, and these are words that were used all the way back, going back to 1640 or so. Okay. Now, but when you think about these words, racist, racialist, and racialism, right? Then you actually understand where it comes from, because it comes from a definition of fascism. Okay. And this is the key, right? So when you understand fascism, right, you understand that the definition that they're giving you on racist or racism is not going to be a correct definition. That definition is based off of fascism and the racialism and the racialists that came out of fascism. It's not racism as a separate thing. It's not they try to link fascism and racism together often. Okay? Like often, right? And so when we do this, we look up, and I just want to, it just kind of makes it easier. So a fascist is, okay, a person who is extremely right-wing or authoritarian, a person who is very intolerant or domineering in a particular area. This has nothing to do with race. What this has to do with is just thinking certain people are beneath you. Okay? Now, this is not racism. That is racism under the guise of fascism. Okay? Fascism is an authoritarian dictatorship that is trying to control the masses of people. These are racism and fascism are not the same thing as far as when it's being used by Black folks. So when white folks are using it, they're using the word and the definition that's based off a fascist idea and not what racism truly is. So then what they just recently did, I'm gonna read this to you, because again, they're trying to give all of us misnomers. Right? This is the problem with, and you got to keep all this shit in your head, right? But I want you to make sure you understand that this is all shit that is literally defined by white people. This is not defined by black people. This is defined by white people who wanted to create what they wanted racism to be. Okay? So racism, okay, is definition number one is a belief that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities, and the racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race. Like you just said, one race thinking they are superior to another, right? Now, definition number two is this: the systematic oppression of a racial group to the society, to the social, economic, and political advantage of another, which is technically not even the full definition, because it should be the systematic oppression of a racial group to a social, economic, judicial, educational, and political advantage to another. You understand?
Yeah.
So now what they did with that was they tried to, and you got to pay attention to the words. The word was the systematic approach. Okay, the systematic oppression. Okay, which means it is an action. It is something that is actually happening onto other people. There's an action with it. Systematic is not actionless. It is an action. Unfortunately, they want to make this number two version an adverb. Okay, but it's not. It is a verb. It is not an adverb. They try to change the definition. Okay. We're all them globally benefiting. Right, exactly. Everywhere, everyone is globally benefiting. Because again, this isn't just a United States thing. It is a global enterprise. This idea of racism is a global enterprise, right? And now I concentrate on American racism because I'm in America and I ain't no goddamn fucking, first or second gen, anchor baby. That's not what I am. I'm not that. I'm foundational. You feel me? So I speak for foundational shit, not them other ones. Okay. Now, but there is actually truth to the statement is that racism is a global commodity. Okay. It's a commodity. Okay. So let me see. He said France is benefiting. Oh, well, more than France. You got France benefiting, the UK, British people benefiting. You have German people benefiting. You have Belgium people benefiting, Spanish, Portugal, and that's right now, right? So these are people that are all Asian, right? All these people are benefiting from a systematic system that's in place, that's been in place, right? That is making it more beneficial to them to keep on this idea of racism, or this idea of, holding people as being racist and things of that nature. So when we talk about it, you can't really talk about it in definition number one. It would be more closely associated to definition number two, which is the systematic oppression of racial group to the societal, economic, educational, judicial, political advantage of another. Okay. And this is going to be your closer to correct definition of racism. And don't get it twisted, because a lot of people will try to say that systematic racism is different than racism. No, it's not. They're the same thing. Most people get racism confused with prejudice. Most people get racism confused with bigotry. Those are not the same things, right? So you have bigotry is, believing stereotypes of someone, never meeting them, right? You got prejudice, which is prejudging and, making assessments based off that prejudgment, right? Then you got racism. And racism is an action that is in place all the time, especially in the United States, based upon the laws, statutes, laws that we have in this country, right? And this is something that's been going on for a long time. And so your definition, and getting back to the point, your definition brought up the first portion of that definition, right?
Yeah, I'm agreeing actually with everything that you're saying. So if you recall, I started that by saying, if I was to talk about racism independent of the economic aspect, because people, you were asking me to make that distinction. So yeah, obviously the problem with racism, as we pointed out, the beacon thing was an example of using the system, using the laws to change political rights, to create, economic injustice, political injustice, judicial injustice. All these things were done. So these all need to be corrected. It's not just one thing. It's all of these things.
Right.
There was an economic disparity created, a legal disparity created, social disparities. They banned intermarriages. They did all of these horrible laws. Looked the other ways for lynchings and all of these things. So it's a multifaceted approach, all based on an ideology of hatred and separateness.
Right. And just to let you know, don't get it twisted, Mr. Antifa BLM Patriot Recruiter, fake ass account. I hate fake accounts and I hate fake ass motherfuckers who like to fucking hide behind who the fuck their little profile pictures and their fake ass names. You know what I mean?
What does that question mean? Can someone who is 30% Italian be considered?
He's talking about me because I'm 30% Italian. You know what I mean?
And what is that? What is FBA?
FBA is Foundational
Black American.
Yeah, Foundational Black American. So the fact of the matter is this. Let me make sure this is very clear. Me being 30% Italian doesn't mean shit. Okay, because I'm 70% African American. Okay, foundational Black American at that. Do not ever get that fucking shit twisted. My lineage goes all the way back to the beginning of this motherfucking country, and every single fucking person in my fucking family has fought in every single goddamn war in this country. Yes, I am foundational Black American. Do not ever get it twisted, and if you ever fucking try to, try me again, bro, you won't be in here very much longer trying to push my fucking patience like that. All right?
Well, let me ask you something. Let's take a hypothetical here. Suppose you had somebody who was 75% Italian, right? And the other 25% is Black. He can still be a victim of racism and discrimination and everything else, right?
Based upon phenotype, he's most likely still going to have African traits, and he'll just be considered most likely a light-skinned African. But you do have some cases of Italians being 75% Italian, 25% African, who will have the phenotype of, primarily maybe Italian.
Oh yeah, well that's what I'm just saying. Just the fact that the percentage doesn't mean that you're not going to be subject to racial oppression.
Right.
So it's kind of silly what he said, basically.
Right, and the thing is you're absolutely right on it, and so was Halcino. He's right on it too, because our genes are dominant. Absolutely. So the thing is, and this is not a we're superior to you. This is just genetic facts. So it is what it is. According to Tariq Nasheed, you are a racially confused anchor baby. He created that. Yeah. Actually, according to fucking Tariq Nasheed, if you really wanted to go by that shit, actually, I'm not. First off, and they're called confused mulattoes. Number one. Number two, you have to understand what the fuck he means by a confused mulatto. Number two, you have to understand what a true mulatto is. And then number three, check this out. I've always pointed myself as being a black male. Never been confused a day in my motherfucking life. Okay. So with that being said, okay, that I've never been confused a day in my life. Plus, my fucking lineage goes back since the inception of this fucking funky ass country. Okay, guess what, buddy? I am FBA, even to Tariq Nasheed. All right, no, I know he ain't. That's a motherfucking a white dude, and it's a white dude that has came into my scouts before, and he's hiding. He's a white dude that's came into my scouts before, and he's hiding. So we'll see how much more.
Has he ever come up in the beam on your scouts?
He ain't got enough nuts to come up with my motherfucking beam because he knows what the fuck is up. I don't play that shit. That's why the fuck he jumped out of my periscope as soon as I fucking came in the motherfucking room. See, so the fact of the matter is I'm not going to keep on playing with these motherfuckers with this, you know what I mean, with these motherfuckers that want to keep on trying to play these little bullshit semantic games. You can't fucking get me on that shit. I don't play the light skin, dark skin shit. I don't play the motherfucking, oh, this nigga's not enough of nigga. I don't play that shit. That's not what I play. I don't do that shit because that shit is for suckers. Okay.
Wow.
Let me see. And that's what I needed to fucking hear. Have a great day, bitch. Now I'm done.
You heard what he just said, right?
Oh, I blocked him. I was waiting for him to say something.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I don't play that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't play that shit. What up, Stacy? How you doing? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I don't play that shit. And we're not going to sit around and I'm not going to keep on going back and forth with these fucking ingrate motherfuckers, these motherfucking Neanderthal fucks who can't get their fucking mind around some real shit. That's just the bottom line of that shit. You know what I mean? So anyway, but back to what you were talking about. Yeah, and the thing is at the end of the day, damn, I just got big block. Because I'm not playing that shit, bro. What the fuck what the fuck I look like, bro? I'm not playing that fuckboy shit today. You want to fucking come in you got something to say and you got some feelings. Obviously, you got some feeling. You know what I mean? Some sort of feeling about me. So you might as well bring your fucking funky ass over here to Habs. Get a fucking name under Habs and then come the fuck up to my shit so I can clown you in person. That's what it is. You know what I mean? So, you know, at the end of the day, I think you have a better grasp of what we're talking about than before. And you know, again, you tend to be one of the more thinkers on Periscope. You know,
well, I try to listen. You know, I think that's, you know, like the best way to try to learn, I think, is to listen. But I mean, this other guy, like, I don't think I've seen him before, but I mean, he seems like he's a racist.
Yeah, he's a fake account, bro. It's probably,
but he's still a racist, right?
He's, or
at least he pretends to be.
He's a prejudiced, bigoted piece of shit, and he's just a fucking lonely human being. Just to be completely honest, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like to call people racist because, to me, I don't like people overusing the word because it takes away the effect of what it is. You see what I'm saying? If you call somebody racist, then what you're actually doing is you're saying, oh, racism, and then you have a problem because you're diluting the name, the word, you know, instead of making sure that everybody feels like this is exactly what it's supposed to mean and understanding how serious that is. You feel me?
But yeah, it's a bigger issue than just the hatred and the superiority. Like you said, it also has to do with that whole systemic and institutionalized mistreatment on so many different levels, politically, economically.
Absolutely. Now, and the thing is I don't say that other groups cannot experience racism, because I think that other groups can experience racism. But what I do want to make sure people understand is I don't believe that any other group has experienced racism quite like we have. So any kind of racism that they do experience, it's nothing to us as black.
Well, I mean, I think all racism is bad, right? But I
We can
agree with you that there is a uniqueness in the fact that you're talking about hundreds of years, if not more,
Mhm.
of of a of a systemic mistreatment on such a huge scale, right? With the chattel property and slavery and stuff like that. I mean,
Right.
that's you know you know
Right, and all those other groups, they were either just indentured servants or they came over here willingly and worked for cheap on their own.
Yeah,
By
and this enslavement lasted, centuries, right? And
well,
and and then
well,
and then followed by
it depends on
continued prejudice and
right,
racism afterwards.
right. So you're depending on how you look at it, we can say that slavery happened for about 2.5 centuries. Um, if you really wanted to keep on going back, we can actually push it back probably to 1000 AD,
Yeah, yeah,
1100 AD. We could push it back as far back as that, for black folks particularly, right?
yeah,
And so, um, and so, like when we talk about this, I think it's a very very important that people understand that this information is not for the weak. It's not for the weak hearted. This is a reality check that most people are not ready to deal with, because when you're dealing, because like when you're dealing with what black folks have consistently went through, and you start talking about, oh, well, Asians, yeah, they had bad things happen to them. I don't deny that. I don't think any black person denies the fact that Asians had fucked up shit happen to them. Same with Latino people, and and even same to Muslims today. They have terrible shit that happens to them, but they didn't deal with the shit that we had to deal with on a large scale. They never had to deal with anything that we had to deal with, and so even they don't quite get it, because they think, based on this very simpleton idea and this simpleton definition of racism, they think they get it, but they don't. And that's why black folks is a very unique people, and we're very 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 um qualified to talk about this. Even black folks that don't have degrees, black folks that don't have, what I mean, just from the hood, they have more of a unique experience based upon our history than any other group.
well,
And so,
plus their experience in their life, right? I mean,
right, right. And that's the thing. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people, because everybody always wants to lump, foundational Black Americans and Black folks into this this group called people of color, right?
mm,
The minority, the people of color.
mm.
Black folks hate that shit. I know I do. I don't know about any other black folks. If there's any other black folks that don't mind being called people of color in here, let me know, because I mind. I hate that shit. I hate it because I know it's a trick bag word. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't like, being lumped in with all these other groups, because they haven't had the experience that we have. And so because of that, I don't necessarily care. Like I don't want to hear about that shit. That's their job. Let them do. We did the groundwork. Now go out here and go get what you're supposed to get and do what you're supposed to do. But we laid down the groundwork. Without us, Asians want to be here, Mexicans want to be here, Africans want to be here, Caribbean people want to be here, Haitian people nobody would be here. The only people that be here would be a whole bunch of European people and the black folks that were left. And they'd only be putting up with us until we went extinct. That's it. You know what I mean? If it wasn't for black folks, nobody would know what civil rights is except for white people. And it pisses me off that people can try to take away from, our experiences and everything that we did and all the work we put in by simply saying a simple word like people of color. You don't get to wash that away and act like you had anything to do with that. That was black folks and black folks only. Like, let's not, don't get me wrong. I'm sure anybody and their mama can point out a white guy here and a white guy there and a Jew there and a Mexican and Latino dude there and an Asian dude there. I'm sure people can do that. But these are sprinklings of people. 1 or 2 whites, 3 or 4 Jews, you know what I mean? 1 or 2 fucking Mexicans, 1 or 2 Asians, all these other they were a sprinkle. All of them waited on the sideline while black folks went out there and got them rights and freedoms that they would have never have had it not been for us. And I find it highly disrespectful that a lot of these groups actually go out of their way to try to lessen what we have gone through. And this is why we just call them Sambos. We call them out and we let everybody know that these are Sambos. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. But I don't know. I think we covered a large little bit, man.
Yeah, it was a great conversation. I know I appreciated it. And,
I did too. I always appreciate the conversation because, at the end of the day, we've always had really good conversations. I've always enjoyed our conversations because, you seem like a pretty down to earth level dude that thinks about shit, and you can appreciate that. Because I'm be honest, you know me, and you've been fucking with me for a while. Most white people don't do that. There's a
Well, you
lot
know
of
what I think? I really think a lot of this goes back to, like, this is just a question of justice, right? Justice versus injustice,
Mhm.
and good versus evil. And I think, obviously, look, there's people that have hatred for whatever reason. That's what they learned in their childhood or whatever, in their
Mhm.
experience. But you have a lot of people also that, it's I think you were talking about this earlier too, the people that just want to look away, like
Mhm.
they want to pretend it's not there, or they want to ignore it.
Mhm.
And I think it's because it's like, if you have something that is that you've gained personally unjustly, it's just easier to try to not face that reality and ignore it, or try to find an excuse, like you blame the other person. Well, that's because they're lazy or they're poor or whatever. It's
Mhm.
like, hey, you've received certain advantages and you're profiting off of that, and you
Right.
should at least recognize that, and let's try to end all these injustices.
Mhm. No, and I absolutely agree, because that actually happens a whole lot. It's
Hmm.
not that happens a lot. You know what I mean? Where people are like, you know, look, man, all you had to do was work harder. It's
Yeah,
like, yeah, bro, don't blow me off like that. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Uh, and it's kind of a slap in the face. It's a spit in my face type comment. And I don't like those comments, and I'm real big about that type shit. But at the same time, I do take the time, and people who want to learn, I'll let them know some things. I mean, I don't think it's not my responsibility, so that's why I say, if white people come into my scopes, hey, great, awesome. If they if they if they don't, oh well, that's on them, right? Because I
Yeah.
know where you stand, I know where you're at, so it doesn't really bother me. But I just would hope that there would be more white folks that would be more willing to open up their ears and pay more attention, because I've even had, not even that long ago, about I think about 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 3 weeks ago, I was on TikTok, and this white dude said something and he was wrong, and I just corrected him real quick, and then he commenced to try to tell me how I was wrong,
Mm.
right? How I don't know what racism is, and I'm like, bro, you don't even want this work. So I had to give him the work. I had to give him a little bit of work. And it was real funny because he shut up real quick as soon as I started giving him that work, right? And that's the thing that I'm talking about. That's that white privilege. That's that gall that you really have that much unmitigated gall to try to tell. Like, why do white people try to teach black people what racism is? What's that about? Do you know? You're white. I'm gonna ask you.
Well, see, I think that I see it as a more general problem. That generally speaking, when you have people that aren't very knowledgeable on a subject, they often don't realize it, and so they pontificate on that subject like they're experts, you know. So one of the things that I do is, I'm a COVID-19 researcher, right? And so I deal all the time with people that know next to nothing on the subject, but they think that they do. And so they're very quick to just start spouting things like they're facts and stuff. And it's like, where are you getting that from? You have no idea what you're talking about.
So you think it's just they're just opening their mouth faster than they can register?
No, I think there's a problem with ignorance in general, which is when you only know a little bit, sometimes you're blinded and you think that's all there is. And so you think you're right. And it's like, we have to be humble enough to recognize that, somebody else can know something that you don't know.
Right.
And be open to that.
Right. And then you also have to be willing to, get past that cognitive dissonance and, really be able to move past that and be like, you know what? I didn't know that shit.
Exactly. Just like, hey, you have to be willing, to learn and to listen. And unfortunately, a lot of people aren't able to do that.
Right. And I'm just saying there's a lot of white people. White people have some serious caucasity issues. Like real shit. They got some serious caucasity issues. Like the caucasity of you. Like, are you serious? Right. But this is what I do. And I find it funny that people think that they can just go off and make some blatant statements and they think that they're going to run game on people. And that's why I tell white people, listen, dude, just listen, pay attention, quit trying to always be right and just listen. You know what I mean? For some odd reason, I don't know. There's not too many, white people that's trying to listen to shit. I don't know. Maybe I'm just.
No, you're probably onto something there. I just think, I think of somebody like, what's her name? Is it Candace Owen? She seems like a person who just doesn't listen to other people's experience either.
Right. See, and that's the thing. Candace Owens, I would be like, "What's up, Sarah? How you doing?" Candace Owens.
Hey, Sarah.
Is she is a I think a second generation or third generation anchor baby that has denied something that quite literally put her on the map. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know how many people know who Candace Owens is in her history, but the fact of the matter is Candace Owens quite literally got like $150,000 from suing a school for racism. And now she says racism is no more. Magically, racism disappeared in the time that she sued a school for racism in 2020. It just magically ended. You know what I mean? So we know who Candace Owens is as a group, as a collective. I think we understand and we know who Candace Owens is. She is a Sambo. Excuse me, background, because this damn dog is always barking at somebody. Not my dog. This is the next door neighbor dog. But she's quite literally made it work in her head where racism is dead. There was no racism. Racism just went extinct magically.
Wow.
You know, yeah,
I didn't know about the lawsuit, so that's pretty funny. But
yeah, it's very funny. She was in high school and she sued the school in which she was going to for being called like she was being called names. They were racial names and shit, and so she sued them for for that. So that shit is hilarious to me. But yeah, she got about $150,000 after taxes, and they took it out. I think her parents gave her about $30,000, $40,000 of it.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they went on their way.
What do you think about Omarosa?
Oh, that weirdo man, that female, she's a weirdo. The fact of the matter is, Omarosa did the classic. She did the classic about face when it came to black folks and shit she was dealing with. Okay, she wanted to be real white and she wanted to be a part of the group, and then Trump made it the president and he kicked her up out of the White House. She got her nigga card real quick. And they was like, we don't want your black ass in here. You the fuck? And she turned around to the black community and she said, in so many words, she said, that wasn't really me. I was just saving face so I can get the dirt from the inside.
Yeah.
So she a traitor too.
It reminds me a little bit of O.J. Simpson, because like O.J. Simpson, was a huge American football star and celebrity, and he spent his whole life, his whole career, essentially distancing himself from black people and the black community. Wouldn't associate with black people. He's even been quoted as saying that when he was asked questions about like being a black celebrity, and he would say, "I'm not black, I'm OJ," and stuff like that. And then once was in trouble with the law and stuff, all of a sudden he started making all these appeals to the black community. I'm a black man, and black folks
and when it comes down to that supposed crime that he supposedly committed, I'm not gonna lie, he was innocent. But that don't mean that he ain't no motherfucking sellout too. Okay, just, I just know he's innocent. You know what I mean? There's only two possible people that could have been, and it wasn't one of those two people.
They took the jury from that trial into his house to tour his house, and before the jury got in there, his lawyer and his team replaced all the photos and stuff in his house because he had photos of white women and stuff like that, and then they replaced it with photos of like a little black girl and all this type of stuff that was never in his place before.
But he doesn't matter. He didn't do it. It was either
saying that they were trying to play up this.
And I understand your point, but the fact of the matter is I can clearly show. What up, Pat? I can clearly show. What up, Maria? That OJ did not do it, and either it was A, his son who did it, or B, and to me more likely, it was the LA mob.
LA mob.
And I can show that. I can actually give you proof on both of those things.
Well, why would the LA mob do it?
Because it wasn't about OJ.
What was it about?
It was about drugs. Oh,
okay. I've heard from other people saying that before, saying that it was his son too.
Right, and because he has been verified of threatening Nicole Brown Simpson, right?
Mhm.
Man, this man, this would a wide open conversation.
So,
Yeah,
what makes you so sure that OJ is innocent, though? I mean, you've heard probably like there's supposedly all this evidence against him.
Okay, so I haven't heard any good evidence against OJ Simpson.
Well,
There
like
hasn't.
the blood and fingerprints and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, all that shit never came back conclusive. That's the problem. You know what I mean? And they never tested. They never tested all the blood. They knew there was a mixture. They never tested the blood against his son, and they didn't test it against anybody else. They only tested against OJ Simpson. OJ Simpson was not a match. So the thing is they know it was Nicole Brown, and they know somebody else was there, but they don't know who exactly was there.
Well, don't you think it was a little OJ's actions that night were a little suspicious?
I don't care about suspicion.
Okay.
Suspicion means nothing to me. I'm a black man in America, bro. You think suspicion means anything to me?
No, I'm just saying he seemed to be acted pretty strangely that
and that lends more credence to it being actually his son Jason that did it. You see what I'm saying? Because he was trying to protect him, which is partial of the argument that they make for his son being the person that did it. But I think it's more likely that it was actually a hit, and it was not even supposed to be Nicole Brown Simpson in that hit. It was actually supposed to be the hit was against Ron Goldberg or Goldman or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
And he was the target.
Oh, interesting.
And she happened to be there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so none of my business. He had his day in court. Right. No, I feel you on that. And so the thing is what you have is a underground LA mob situation going on in LA, and it was an LA mob, and they were selling cocaine in LA to a whole bunch of people. And if you look at the restaurant in which Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman worked, you'll actually see that there's another waiter over there. There's actually two waiters that were murdered right before and right after Ron Goldman.
Interesting.
Not only that, but one of the another club owner producer, right? He was killed too. So there was a total of 3 or 4 people that were actually killed on top of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown. And the fact of the matter is they were all selling drugs for the LA mob. You see what I'm saying? So, so they were all, and the thing is as soon as all of them died, the FBI dropped their case on the mob for racketeering, drugs and racketeering charges. They had to. They had no choice to drop the charges. They all the people because Ron Goldman was a snitch.
Well, what chance do you think it was his son versus the mob?
I think it's 70-30 the mob.
Okay.
Right. I think it's 70-30 the mob. And the deeper I dig into the son, it closes that gap a little bit. But even with all the research that I've done with the son, I don't think I could ever go past maybe 60-40 the mob. You know what I mean? I still think there's more reasons for it to be the mob than it is for it to be the son.
Yeah, I haven't looked into this whole mob thing, but you got me interested now. I did look into his son a little bit, and there was some suspicious things there on his son's sides too.
Absolutely. And I don't doubt that. I think I actually have a scope up, and I lay out all of it, and I give you all the information, give you all the names. It's all on Periscope.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah,
check it out.
You just have to kind of go back and look. It's one of the earlier ones, and I was sitting down and I literally broke it down the whole mob situation, and a lot of people didn't even know about a lot of the shit that I was talking about because you have to be from LA. It's same with the Sun. You can't get a lot of the information unless you're from LA and you kind of like know the family, live by the family, knew about the family, stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? Then you understand that the son, Jason, had rage control issues. You see what I'm saying? That he actually
had medication too.
He was on meds, and he actually attempted to murder one of his girlfriends.
Yeah,
and he constantly said that he hated Nicole Brown Simpson, and he constantly said, "I'm gonna kill that bitch."
Yeah, and he had problems with his time card at work, and
he wrote it out instead of in the time clock, even though the time clock worked. Yeah, I know about that.
And then there was some kind of, I forgot the other detail. There was either like he had those knives at his work, or they were missing, or something like that. So
he was a knife expert that was in the military. He had really good knife expertise. At the job, he had his availability to any kind of knife that he wanted. And not only that, but they said that there was a knife that was missing and then later found, but that was a knife that was in his son's area, supposedly. So so there was a lot of evidence.
There's a lot of strange things. I know one of the books that I read was I read OJ's book, where he describes how he theoretically would have done it if he had done it. And so that was quite interesting. So in OJ's recount of the murder, he describes himself being there with someone else.
And a lot of people are saying that it was probably his son and him both doing it based upon that. And the thing is about that is I don't trust that book, and I don't trust anything that came out of that book. And the only reason I don't is because if you listen to what OJ said, and you listen and you look at the original manuscript and what that book was supposed to be named and everything else, they tricked OJ into giving that kind of confession. And don't get me wrong, stupid is as stupid does. And don't get me wrong, he shouldn't have been that stupid, right? And it's hard to believe that he was that stupid to do that. But at the same time, the man played football. CTS is a real thing. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So I can imagine it, but I don't think that it should have happened that way. And so I don't trust that book, and I don't trust what it said.
But I mean, OJ said a lot of strange things. Like, he wrote that suicide letter, and a lot of people read that letter as a confession, and now who knows? Like, maybe he's confessing to the murder, or maybe he's confessing to knowing about that his son did it.
Right? And it could have been. And that's what a lot of people are saying. They're saying, well, at any time it could have did this, and he could, and that's why he paid for an attorney for his son right away, because he even thought it was his son. When they came to question him, he thought the next people they was going to question was his son. So I totally get it, but I think that's where it begins and ends. I think with the testament, there are witnesses out there that are willing to testify now, because the mob boss, particularly that I'm talking about, he actually died, and the LA mob isn't as powerful as they used to be.
Well, let me ask you something. Let's say you're right. Let's say it was the LA mob that did this, right? Well, why did he write that suicide letter, and why did he go in the Bronco, with a gun and his passport and money and the disguise and everything?
So the thing is I can point that off to many different things. I can say, he saw, him, famous football player, right? He's about to go to prison for something he knows he didn't do. he thinks that his son might have done, and
Right.
he don't know anybody else because the investigation was so botched, right? And so if you're looking at you're a black man, you're a celebrity, and you're about to go to prison for 20 some odd years. And technically, he's still kind of, sort of in his prime, maybe a little bit later than his prime, right? But he's not at this, he's not decrepit, right? So the thing is you look at his situation, and his situation, quite literally, it's I can understand why he would be like, and this is what I'm in my head. This is the best excuse. Number one, I ain't going to fucking prison for fucking life. You know what I mean? This is a white lady. They gonna string me the fuck up, right?
Yeah.
And hold on real quick. Atheists cite lack of evidence in a God to back up their argument, despite lacking evidence to back up their own belief in no God. I don't have to back up any belief in no God because I didn't make the claim. The positive claim is there is a God. So you first need to give me some sort of evidence, any kind of evidence whatsoever, in order for me to disprove said claim and evidence. All right, try again. All right. So
you netted that down pretty fast.
Right. That was a simpleton, statement right there. But yeah, but the thing is here's another factor to it. If even if he knows he didn't do it, but he thinks his son did it, right? And the police are coming after him, OJ Simpson. What's the best way to end the whole trial and end everything and make sure your son stays safe? And then on top of that, not have to go to prison.
Finbar's coming back for more.
Let me see. Prove there's no God. I just explained to you why I don't need to prove to you there's no God. I'm not a hypocrite, but you are a simpleton. Sorry about your bad luck. Maybe you should listen more than you type. I don't know. It might help. Just saying. I could be wrong though. Okay. So I think if you whittle down all these things, you think your son did it. I don't want to go to prison. There's no reason for me to go to prison. I didn't do this. They're going to string me up. They might even give me the death penalty if they think I killed this white woman, right? I think he had a few reasons to, write that.
There's another thing that Simpson said that's a little strange, which is he said, if I did do it, it's only because I loved her so much.
Yeah, but that means nothing to me either.
Yeah, but I can't see an innocent person saying, well, if I killed my wife, it's because I loved her.
What's up, Rockford? How you doing? I could. I mean, people are kind of delusional like that. Let me see. Atheists think that they are smarter than everyone. No. First off, I'm an atheist, and I don't think I'm smarter than a lot of people, but I know I'm smarter than you. Okay? There's a difference. Okay? You're not everyone. You're just you. Okay? And you, sir, are stupid, a simpleton, a dumbass. You know what I just said. All right. He said, I don't accept your answer that you don't need to prove there is no God. If you say there is no God, you are also making a claim that needs backing. Actually, I never made a claim, not once. I actually said, I don't believe in your God or any gods based upon lack of evidence. I didn't say there was no God. Okay. So try again. You're a simpleton. Maybe think about what you're about to say before you write it and look like an idiot. Again, I'm trying to talk about OJ, and you want me to make you look like a dumbass. Okay?
Well, you're just slapping this guy around left and right. Finbar says, you're not smarter than me.
My dog's smarter than you, dude. Okay. My my fucking 9-year-old pit bull is smarter than you. Okay. Enough name calling.
You know the part I don't get is he doesn't seem to see the difference between saying there is no God and saying I don't believe there is a God.
Right. He doesn't get it. And that's why I'm calling him a simpleton. Right. And he's over here, stop name calling. No, look, bro, grow up. Okay. Look, no, I'm not name calling you because I'm just calling you names for no reason. I'm calling you names that match you, that are a descriptor of you. Stupid, simpleton, slow, dumb, things like that. You know why? Because you're not paying attention to these things called words. And if you did that, you would probably have a better understanding of what I'm saying. Again, proving the point that, yeah, I am smarter than you. You know what I mean? Because I understand words. They're awesome. Reading is fun to mental. Remember that? Just saying. I'm not a bully. Absolutely not a bully.
Oh, wow.
I'm not a bully in any way, shape, or form, sir. You know what I am? I'm a guy that doesn't like dumbass comments like you just made. That's it. I'm not a bully because I'll let you up here anytime. Here, you want me to let you up? First off, if I told you my IQ, you wouldn't believe me, number one. And number two, there's no reason for me to give you my IQ because IQ is a bullshit fucking quotient that means absolutely nothing. It actually does nothing except grade your ability to memorize things. So, just to let you know, I just want to break that down to you. But if you want to come up, I'll even let you come up. I'm not a bully, bro.
Here's your chance, Finbar.
If you want to come up and you want this, if you want to come up and do this to yourself, you're more than welcome. Just let me know. Just say, yeah, I would like to come up, and I will add you, bro.
Ability to understand.
No, it's not your ability to understand. It's your ability to memorize. Sorry, try again. It is memorized, I promise you. I don't think so. I know so.
Well,
I can quite literally break it down, and I can use the guy who created the IQ test, his own words. You don't want this one, bro. I promise you, this is not the landmine you want to fucking stand on. I promise.
Well,
okay.
Well, Izzy, on another point, even if we were talking about ability to understand, you've understood all of his comments and have replied to them, and he hasn't understood yours.
Well, that's true too, but I just don't want him to stand on this landmine. This would be the dumb one to stand on. It would be a better landmine to stand on, the whole, atheist or whatever he wants to say atheists are.
No, but the fundamental problem with this atheist one was his original statement, which was that he thought it was somehow ironic or funny that atheist will what did he say? That they attack a theist on not having evidence for an existence of God, yet don't cite any evidence for their own belief that there is no God. And you quite clearly explained that that's not the distinction that's being made. One is making a positive claim that there is a God without any evidence. And the other one is simply saying, I don't believe in a God when there's no evidence to support that claim.
Right. Because I've never said nobody has ever heard me. I was actually on a scope, and I'll say it again, just like I said it on there. If there were some sort of evidence that proved that there was some sort of God, I wouldn't have a problem fucking believing that there's a God. But that doesn't mean that I would serve that God, and it doesn't mean that I would believe in that God, and nor would it mean anything else. It just means that I can accept that there is a God. That's it. But you can't provide that evidence. So I have no reason to believe that there's a God, let alone believe that God is even an option in the starting of this whole thing we call universe, time, space, or anything else. So,
right. I mean, it's just like, if you just take something a lot simpler, like I don't believe that there are unicorns on the planet Earth. And I don't believe that because there's no evidence to indicate that there are any.
Yeah, there are. Yes, there are. Because didn't you know unicorns, they shit rainbows? And every time you see a rainbow outside, you're just seeing the remnants of that unicorn shitting as it's flying across the sky.
Right, but
Duh.
suppose now he asked me to provide the proof that there's no unicorns. Like, I probably can't provide that kind of proof. So
No, you couldn't. How can you provide a proof of a negative?
exactly. So I wouldn't be able to, but I would simply say that lacking any evidence for their existence, I'm not going to believe in their existence until you can demonstrate that.
Right. It's real simple. This is real simple stuff. This isn't hard. You know what I mean? Next thing he's going to do, he's going to try to pull out either a Pascal's wager or the watchmaker argument. Those are the next two arguments that he'll probably pull out. You know what I mean? And this is what I'm talking about, bro. Like you're talking to somebody that's had this conversation over the last 5 years easily.
How many different theists do you think you've talked to over the last few years?
What, 5 years or 3 years?
Well, however long you've been on.
Last 5 years, I've probably talked to. I can probably safely say I've talked to over 5,000 theists.
Oh,
easily.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, before my account got.
I thought you were going to say 100.
Because before my account got banned, over there on the other site, I had 20,000 followers, and before, like, a lot of people, like when I built my name, I had between 500 to 1,000 to 1,500 people in my streams at a time.
Well, that's
it
cool.
wasn't like it was like 30, 40, 50. You know what I mean? I used to have like a whole I had 280 people within 2 minutes of me starting.
No, but I'm saying even 100 would be a lot. So I'm just saying, like, over the course of 3 years or 5 years, you've probably heard a lot of different arguments.
Plus I debate, you know. So the thing is with that, I've talked to many theists, and all theists give the same excuses. They say the same things. Most. I shouldn't say all. Most of them do. Not all of them. I think.
Yeah. But I think you hit their main arguments. So it's like either watchmaker type argument, things that are so complicated, or what else is there?
There's the watchmaker argument, there's Pascal's wager, there's there's let me see, the argument that he just made, which is, disprove God, which is like the dumbest argument. Like, that, stop making this. Like, I keep on trying to tell people, stop making these three arguments. Stop making the arguments of disprove God. Dumb argument. It's so stupid. Like, don't do it. You're making yourself look like a peon. Pascal's wager, stop doing it. It's just a bad argument. And for the watchmaker argument, these are the three worst arguments you can make for God in any shape or form. It doesn't matter what religion you are with. These are the worst arguments anybody can make. Oh yeah, and then personal experience. Those are terrible arguments too.
Well, the strangest thing is, since you told Finbar to come up here, he hasn't made one comment.
Right. I didn't think he would.
But he hasn't even said anything since then, so it's strange.
The thing is let me see. I didn't add him. Finn much.
Yeah, but he didn't even respond.
Yeah, and I don't think he will.
But if he did come up, I mean, I would find that quite funny.
Yeah, but I'll still let him up because I'm nice like that. See, I just invited him up. If he wants to come up, he's welcome to come up.
No, I've seen you debate theists before.
Yeah, I don't have no problem. I'm not a bully. I just don't like dumb arguments. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? If you're gonna come with arguments, I just would rather people start thinking about their arguments before they come with them. You know what I mean?
Oh, here he is. Everyone knows.
There is no evidence of God. So why ask theists to prove themselves? I don't really ask theists. I kind of poke fun at theists. It's not really that I'm asking because I know they can't. You know what I mean?
Oh, he's not a theist. Oh, that's interesting.
I don't. It's more so to poke fun. I don't ask. I don't really care if theists want to try to prove their God. I think it's funny when they do. I get a little kick out of it when theists, try to prove their God. You know what I mean? I think that's funny. I think that's why I might ask that question. But I don't ever really expect anybody to really answer the question.
He said
You know what I mean?
he said he's not a theist, by the way.
Poke fun because it's just fun. I don't know. I get a kick out of it. Get jollies. I don't know, bro. I can't give you that answer. I just get a kick out of it, bro. At the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie. There's 3 questions that I ask. I ask for proof of God. And then I have 2 other questions that are a little bit more in depth about, your belief system. Do I poke fun at them to make them look like stupid? No, I don't. I ask the question because if I force somebody to answer that question, think about it for a second and really answer that question, then what happens is they start going into the Bible. Then from them going into the Bible, that gives me an opportunity to correct their wrong way of reading the Bible and, their misconceptions and their fake understanding of the Bible, because most people haven't even read the Bible. Most believers act like they've read the Bible. They never read the Bible. Most believers act like they know the Bible. They don't know the Bible. You know what I mean? So I think it's kind of like, my thing to, what's the best way I can put it? To teach people maybe you should learn what you believe. And then when they get the point of maybe I shouldn't be just randomly believing this stuff just because my mom and my dad told me so. And then they would study for themselves, and then they can come up with their own opinion. I think that's the ultimate point. But yeah, I do get a kick out of it. What? I shouldn't be, like why shouldn't I be entertained? Why I entertain the conversation? What up, Mr. Nobody? How you doing? DJ Jelly Roll, what's up? Sasha, thank you for the high award. Thank you. To say you believe in God is also not a claim that God is real. It's simply a belief. A belief is different than a conclusion. Well, okay. Technically, when you say I believe in God, you're right. Okay, it's not a claim, it's a belief. You're absolutely right with that one. Okay. The problem is most theists, most believers do not say just I believe in God. Most of them. There are some, and I've actually talked to a few this morning that said, hey man, I believe in God, right? And I don't debate about it because I believe in him. It's just me. Right? And I don't have no problem with that. That's not where my problem comes. My problem comes when people say, I believe in God, and God is real, and God is real, and you're going to hell, and all these other fucking statements. That's the problem. It's not the problem of saying, I believe in God. Okay, cool. I don't believe in God. Good job. Now we can go on our merry way. Awesome. Now I know you believe in God. You know now that I don't, and we can go about our merry way. Great. Awesome conversation. It's the extras, and most believers add the extras. The extras being God is real, you're going to hell, this is blasphemy, you're this, you're that, God, you'll bow to God's judgment. These kind of statements are the statements that get people in trouble. And most people who believe in God do not just say, I believe in God. Usually they say, I believe in God because God is real. And how can you not see that God isn't real? That's a problem. I hope that was a clear enough answer. I feel like maybe, I don't know. I don't want to be going over anybody's head and shit. You know what I mean? But I think that's a very simple thing, because I don't go around saying God is not real. I don't do that, like, as an atheist. And I don't go around walking around with big ass A's on my chest. You know what I mean? And I don't go around with atheist t-shirts and shit like that. They feel it's their duty to prove his existence and force you to as well. Right. And that's not what I'm here for. Like, you can't try to trick me into believing in some way that your God is real and you can't prove it. I want you to prove it. I demand evidence. Okay. Zulu, what's up, bro? I saw you come in there, man. So thank you for coming in here, Zulu. I already know you had said something. So what's up with it, brother? You know what I mean? So this isn't an argumentative thing. This isn't a, and I don't mind having conversation with theists. I just don't talk to dumb theists. That's all.
Well, he says he's not even a theist.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. And that makes me kind of wonder, well, why are you coming in here trying to, make theist arguments then? What's the point? I don't get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's backed away from his original argument.
Right. He backed away from that real quick, fast, and a hurry. But the thing is he still said, I'm not a theist, by the way. Well, okay, if you're not a theist, why are you making these really shitty comments? Because if you're not a theist, that would mean that what else you got choices from? Agnosticism and atheism?
Maybe he's just trolling.
Yeah, unless he's trolling, right? So
now he says he didn't.
Yeah, actually you did, but don't worry about it. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We'll just move you up to the front seat instead of putting you on the slow bus. Okay? Don't trip. But you did. But I'm agnostic.
He's agnostic.
Okay. Yeah. So the thing is if you're agnostic, why are you making horrible claims? Either A, and why are you making horrible arguments for the idea of a God? That's my first question. Because, and I base that question off of most agnostics know the basics of all these arguments. And you threw out a very basic question or statement and question. And
well, he's also already said that there is no proof that God exists.
Right. But that's when a true theist would say, but that's where faith comes in.
Right, but he's an agnostic. So he's saying what? He's saying he basically doesn't believe because there's no proof.
Yeah, well,
he doesn't know.
Yeah, he's probably going to define it as I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
But that doesn't, I don't know. Is that not essentially the same as I don't believe?
Mm-hmm. It's essentially the same, but they're slightly different in Jesus Christ. I am like the most popular motherfucker of all time this morning.
Well, it's good.
No, it's not good. No,
it's not good.
Absolutely terrible, because I don't want to be bothered right now. so the thing is let me see. That's not what I want. And okay, so they're basically the same argument, but their argument's preference on different terms. One is a knowledge claim, one is a belief claim, right? So knowledge claim for agnostic is I don't know, right? Belief claim, right, is I don't believe there is. You see what I'm saying? So, and See, the thing is I don't think this guy is as dumb as he's acting like right now. And I think
That's why I
this
think
dude,
he's trolling.
right? And I think he's trolling too, because honestly, I think personally, if he truly is an agnostic, I think he's an agnostic Christian.
Oh, agnostic Christian. I was going to say agnostic atheist.
Yeah, I don't think he's an agnostic atheist by no stretch of the imaginary. I think he's an agnostic Christian. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't realize, you know, a lot of people
He
don't
says
really,
he's not trolling.
you know, and I'm not fucking black, bro. But clearly I am. You know what I mean? So, I mean, again, people can just say whatever the fuck they want. That's my point of saying that.
I wonder why he doesn't just come up and speak his mind.
I've already invited you up. If you want to come up, you're more than welcome to come up. That way you don't
He
have
might
to
be
wait.
afraid of getting slapped around.
You know, these are new guys. We gotta treat them like they're, you know, good guys, man.
Yeah, it's true.
I gotta be nice to these people. But I've already given out my warning. I've said I'm gonna be nice until the first, until New Year's. Once New Year's comes, they getting every single last inch of everything that I bring to the table.
Oh, I'm gonna be joining for that.
Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna be this nice. So people
I want to see some classic Izzy. I've seen you really give it to some people.
And seeing that's the thing. You know, a lot of people, you know, they're like, oh, you know, you're mean.
Is there a theist on Periscope that you enjoyed debating, or
Sebastian Cole, maybe Sebastian Cole, when Sebastian was when he was more of a theist, but
right.
he's an atheist now.
Oh, now he's an atheist. Okay.
Yeah, he actually out of the clear blue sky, like a year and a half after the last time we talked, because we talked about it and he was trying to tell me some shit about me, and I was like, bro, you don't get what you're doing, huh? He was like, I'm not doing anything. I was like, dude, you're totally disrespecting me, bro. You know what I mean? And I explained to him why, and he just didn't get it, right? Out of the clear blue sky, just like 2 months ago, as a matter of fact, Sebastian hit me up in my messenger, and he said, bro, I want to apologize for everything that I said to you when I said it to you, bro. Out of the clear blue, this is how you know it's genuine. And he said, man, he said, I was wrong. And I was disrespectful as hell, and I never meant to be that way. And I said, bro, don't even worry about it. I never took it that way. Don't worry about it. Right? I said, but what's this change about? Why would you out of nowhere hit me up? And he says, I'm gonna be honest. He said, because I get it now. I get everything that you were saying. I get every time I'll go in there and argue everything with you. He said, I get it all now. I get why you were fucking, kind of an asshole to people, and I get why you are, exactly the way you are. I get it. And I said, how do you get it? And he said, I'm an atheist now. I said, what? I lost my shit. I said, well, welcome to the club. You know what I mean? But I never tried to turn him atheist. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Everything I said kind of flew right over his head until he became one. You see what I'm saying? And he didn't understand my arguments. He didn't think that I understood the Bible very well. He thought that my understanding of the Bible was limited and a whole bunch of other shit. And then he said, now I get everything. Now I see how well you really do know the Bible. And that's what it was. You want Dave the missionary. Well, is that Dave? What's up, Dave? What's up, bro? Dave the missionary is my guy. Okay, I love Dave, man.
Now,
Dave,
did you know Dave loves Jesus?
Um, he's being a little facetious right now. Well, maybe he's not. Maybe he's not. I don't know. I can't speak for him, but I know Dave. Dave is my guy. I like him. He's a good dude. You know what I mean? He's not a troll. He's a pretty good dude, man. I like Dave a lot. He's never disappointed me at all. Finbar said, I'm at work. Oh, okay. That's why he's not coming up.
That's
so
why he's not coming up. He's at work.
He's at work. Okay.
Now that,
cool.
that could make sense. If he's at work, he might not be able to come up.
Yeah, totally, absolutely, totally. You know, but why the fuck is he on Haps when he's at work? Pay attention to work. You're a terrible. I would absolutely fire you. You're lucky you don't work for me, because I would fire the shit out your ass right now. Be like, why the hell are you on the internet? You know, listening to some black dude talk shit to you. You are fired. Should have been watching
You
porn.
would really fire someone?
Who, me? Oh, I have no qualms with firing people at all. I'm a business owner, bro. I have no qualms firing anyone whatsoever. Like, not all.
Like, you're fired. You'd be like Trump.
Yeah. It's hey, go get your shit and don't come back. Like, I have no problem with firing. I gotta get back to work. I'll be back for more next time. No name calling, just debate. Enjoy trolling the theists. That's what I thought I did, but you know, again, my statements were based off of your comments. So if I was wrong, then we'll see. We'll see. We'll see when you come back. You know what I mean? And I don't have a problem with it. Like I said, dude, I have done this with theists for a long time. And, you know, I did this with my pops. I did this with my dad. I did this with, you know, the current head pastor at my church. I've done this with a lot of different people. So yeah, definitely come back, bro. I hope you do come back, and I hope you are not at work so we can have a conversation too. You know what I mean? But yeah, absolutely. I'm over here thinking about fucking, let me see. Let It Be. What's up, Let It Be? How you doing? Thank you for the subscription. I hope you enjoy yourself. Have a good time. If you have anything you want to talk about, we can definitely talk about it. But yeah, thank you. But real quick, since he's going back to work, let me do this. Let me give a major shout out to Pat Voss, Tony D, Eleanor, Holistic Deb, Raymond Sims, Zulu, Rena, Carlinda, and Sasha. All of you guys all gave little awards. Thank you very much for Pat Voss. Totally, he gave me a big reward. Tony gave me a lot of small rewards that equal the big reward. Eleanor, thank you for yours. Holistic Deb, that's my girl. Love you to death. Thank you. Raymond Sims, I do not know you, but thank you for dropping, you know, a little bit. I appreciate it. Zulu, thank you again, brother. You have always been a day one. I appreciate it. Rena, super heart, super love. You already know what it is. You know, Carlinda, thank you for the stay safe. And Sasha, again, thank you for the hello. You guys have done awesome things. You guys got me to, you know, what, $23 today? That's freaking awesome, bro. That's absolutely awesome. You know, again, it's not a lot, but it's cool for me because you guys, you know, I never got anything on Periscope. You know what I mean? Nobody ever got anything on Periscope. Well, you know, only certain
Yeah, that's
people.
what I was going to ask you about. You find this a better environment to get awards and stuff?
I like this environment a lot more. Um, Not based upon the rewards because technically they take like 4 times the amount that you get. But I don't argue that too much because as of right now, I don't know how they go about paying people out. But um what it is what they offer you on the platform and what they give you on the website for free. I can understand. I kind of get why they are taking so much. Now, should later on and after they've recouped their money for everything that they put on this and they've earned a little bit, should they, maybe give us a little bit more of a cut of our content? Yeah. But for now, I think it's cool and I can accept it and I appreciate it and it makes it really easy to what's the best way I can put it? It makes it really, 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 really easy to go off and oh shit. Oh, and people to donate if they want to donate. It makes it cool because you see everybody doing it. I do like that. That to
Yeah.
me is
Well,
really
how many
cool.
times have you been on Haps now?
um Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've done 10
Oh,
broadcasts so
that's
far.
pretty good. Okay.
Yeah, I've done 10 broadcasts so far. And I've enjoyed myself. I have enjoyed myself on Haps. I keep on promoting it. I don't promote shit for free. So if
Yeah.
I'm promoting, I clearly like it, right? You know
Right,
what I mean?
right, right.
So my that's where I'm at right now. I like the app. I like the way it feels. Yes, it has some bugs it needs to figure out, but once they figure out those bugs, it's on like Donkey Kong, bro. And then once they figure out those bugs, right? And then other people start getting on here more. Oh, it's so on, bro.
Yeah.
It's
But you know what I like about them is the fact that you can reach out to them if you have a question or a problem and they give you some kind of answer.
right. And they do that. They do that very quickly.
Yeah. Which,
They reach
wasn't always the case elsewhere. I know some people told me that sometimes they have to wait weeks or even months for a response.
right, absolutely. And they get back promptly, man. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I'm already at 76%, or wait, is that 78? I think that's 78. I'm at 78% of my goal of $100. I'm really trying to get to $200. So I'm
Well,
like,
that's good.
yeah, I'm trying to get to $200 because they said you can cash out when you get to $200,
Do
right?
you think you can get to $200 faster here or $200 faster where we were before?
Um, I think here only because people on Periscope are cheap, and I
Yeah.
don't promote. I don't promote my Cash App, and I was permanently banned from ever receiving Super Hearts money.
Really? I didn't know that.
I for the last 3 years, I've told people everybody that Super Hearts was a scam. I qualified for every single. I qualified at that time. I qualified for all of their rules. I had well over 75 replays. I had
You
well
did
over.
apply?
Huh?
Did you apply for Super Hearts and they said no?
I applied to cash out.
Right, and they wouldn't let you?
I turned on my Super Heart when everybody did, and I had like 500,000 Super Hearts. And I
Right.
know it wasn't that much money, but I just wanted to do it to see if you actually got it. And I wanted to let everybody know because people were asking me about them, right? So I said, all right, well, I'll check. That's what I'll do. I'll check. And they was like, cool. So what I did was I went on and I applied to cash in my Super Hearts.
Right.
And when they replied to me, they said, you are permanently banned from ever collecting money on Super Hearts. And then I
Wow.
asked them for a reply why, and they said go look up TOS. So I looked at TOS, and I didn't violate any TOS rules. So I contacted them again, and I said I have yet to violate a TOS rule. This is the reason why I'm still on Periscope and I haven't been banned not once yet, because this was my original
Right.
account. And they said, I said, can you please explain to me which TOS rule that I violated? And just either give a number or a description of the rule that I violated and where I can find it.
Right.
They came back and they replied, we have made our final decision. They replied back, we have made our final decisions. You will not qualify for cashing in Super Hearts based on breaking of TOS rules. And they never gave me an answer.
So they never got specific and told you.
Never. Not once.
Wow.
Not once did they ever, or they ever specific tell me, hey, you did this or you did that. Because had they had told me what I did wrong, right, I would have cleaned it up and I would have not done it no more.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And then I would have cashed in my Super Hearts.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter is they didn't give me a reason, because they didn't want me to clean up my act. They just wanted me to be on there, giving up all my energy and all my money and paying for a whole bunch of shit that I didn't have to pay for. You know what I mean? And so I turned my Super Hearts on, and I think for like 3 weeks, I did at least one Periscope a week for like 3 weeks to a month, at least one Periscope a week that I fully explained the Super Hearts is a scam. And that was my hashtag for like the longest. Super Hearts is a scam. You know what I mean? And I did at least one fucking stream every week talking about it, explaining it, showing it, explaining how, look at this, this is what you need, this is what it is, this is TOS, read them down, and not breaking the rules. And so the thing was I was like, man, fuck Super Hearts, man, and fuck these people, dude. Like, at the end of the day. And that was when I first bought my app. You know what I mean? Ooh, excuse me. I'm over here yawning. That was when I first bought my app. And that's the whole reason why I bought my app, as a matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I went out and purchased an app just so people can watch my replays, hit all my replays on Periscope, and only open the ones that I needed to for the people who wanted to specifically ask. And I put all my content on my app. So if they wanted to catch my content after I was live, they had to download my app, and then they had to, subscribe for $5 a month. You know what I mean? Just that simple.
Yeah, it's just, the whole thing is just sort of a little surprising to me, because like, to tell somebody like, well, you're not going to get something because you broke our rules. And you say, okay, well, what rule? And they're like, we're not going to tell you which rule. Just read them all.
Just read them all.
Yes.
It was clearly just saying, we want your content and we want you and all the people that watch you, but we don't want to pay.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair.
And after I started telling everybody, a whole bunch of people was denied. There's only a handful of people that were ever able to.
No, I know, but it just doesn't seem right, because like I know people, for instance, that were actually like banned or suspended. Some of them got it corrected, but even those people were never told why. Like, they would ask why, and they'd be like, "Well, you broke our rules," and they're like, "What rule?"
Right.
And they don't tell you, basically.
Right.
So it's like, well, how is anybody supposed to get better? Like, assuming that they were even correct, right? Like, how do you get better if you don't tell the person what they did wrong? And then there's possibility, like, maybe they're wrong. Like, if you tell me the rule, maybe I can show you that I actually didn't break the rule,
Right. That was nothing more. They didn't tell people the rules, because that was nothing more than them being able to deny you any kind of cash payouts,
Yeah.
especially if you were, and they did that to a lot of people. So it was just a way for them to not deny you cash, payouts, because they didn't want to pay for content. At the end of the day, the only reason Periscope ever lived as long as it lived was because of the content creators on it. That's it.
Yeah, to be honest, I never figured out that whole thing because there were a lot of people that, they produced good content. People obviously gave super hearts and stuff like that. They did those. Some of those people didn't get paid out, and then other people. There's one person in particular that I know that was doing some really bad and questionable stuff, and he was getting money. And I was
Yeah.
like, why is he getting money when he is actually clearly breaking the rules?
Right. And I think it's because I don't know how many super hearts he was getting at a time,
Yeah.
but before I turned mine off, I was getting grips of super hearts, bro.
Maybe it just had to do with the money thing. I don't know, but it just didn't seem right. It didn't seem fair. So I think like whatever system, like, companies can do whatever they want, I guess, but they should at least make it the same and fair for everybody so people know what's going on.
Right. And if I ask you, why can I cash myself out? Tell me why.
Yeah, you should have a reason. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And the thing is if I was breaking TOS rules, you should have banned me.
Yeah.
Kick me off, ban me, or something like that, right? Because
I think people are entitled to a warning, right? But
right.
but even if you're not giving them a warning, yeah, why aren't you banning them? Like, why is it okay that they're on then? They're breaking the rules.
The thing is how are you going to take my content? That's my content, dude. You know what I mean? Whether I'm breaking your TOS rules or not, it really shouldn't matter because you're not banning me, so they're not that bad of rules. You're just playing at this point semantics. You see what I'm saying?
Plus, it's not their money that they're paying you. It's money from the viewers,
right,
who wanted to give it to you.
Right, absolutely. But they wanted to pocket it. I firmly believe that Periscope was just in it for the money grab. They had no intentions of paying everybody. They had more intention of just telling people, we'll pay you. You know what I mean? But then it's like, if you look at my content, you're gonna be able to find something questionable where you can say, you know what I mean? Like, that was not right. That's this and that's that, right? You can do that, but it's really funny that like they didn't. They just told people no. And certain people they said yes, certain people, and most of the other people they said no to. They was like, nope, you don't qualify. Nope.
Yeah. I think like whatever people do, I think they always deserve an explanation, or because otherwise, like, what's the point?
Right.
But, listen, I got to get going, but thanks for having me up here. I enjoyed the conversation.
I definitely appreciate you coming up. You already know it's going to get right back to the normal. I'm just, kind of taking my time and.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing the same thing. I'm kind of just feeling it out. I haven't done as many broadcasts on here as you. I think I've only done like 3 or 4, but I'm just kind of feeling it out. And I got another problem because we're kind of on a lockdown here, so I'm not really allowed out of my house. So.
Right, no, I get it because we're technically on the lockdown, but ain't nobody fucking paying attention. Shit.
Oh no, here it's crazy because it's like real and it's enforced, and plus, like, literally, like, everything is closed. Like, even our restaurants are closed.
How is it? Wait, where are you at? Like, what state?
So I'm in Europe. So,
okay.
And so everything is closed here. Like, the only thing open right now, and they only did this for Christmas, is they just opened up the stores. But things like restaurants and, cinemas, everything is closed. So, like.
Oh, okay.
And up until about 2 weeks ago, we weren't even allowed out of the house. So, now you're like allowed out of the house, but you can't do anything. And then we've got a curfew. You got to be home by 8 o'clock at night. So,
Wow, for real?
oh yeah, it was worse. Like 2 weeks ago, you just like weren't even allowed out of the house. Like you could go out, you needed like special permission to go out, and then you could only go out for an hour. And everything's closed anyway, so I don't know why you'd want to go out. I mean, the only reason to go out is to take a walk, basically.
How do you get special permission to go outside?
Well, so we had this in place from the end of October to the beginning of December. You had to
Mhm.
fill out a form, and on the form, you would have to state like a reason, and there was only certain approved reasons, and then you would put the date and time on it and sign it, and that would start the 1 hour clock down base, uh, 1 hour time limit on it.
Right.
But you had to be going for one of those specific reasons. So, and there weren't very many reasons you could go outside for. So, so one of them would be like exercise, right?
Uh,
But if you wanted to go out for exercise, you had to stay within a kilometer of your house, and you could only go out for an hour. And it had to be solo. You couldn't do any joint. You couldn't like jog with friends or something like that.
oh wow, they went that deep.
Oh, it was super, super strict. And everything was closed, And so now the only thing open at the time was like pharmacies and grocery stores. But now they've opened up the regular stores, but things like gyms and cinemas and theaters and museums and
That stuff is not
all
open
that
yet.
stuff is closed. Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to be open next month. So the thing is, there's not much to do. Like,
Are you guys getting paid over there?
yeah, yeah, we don't have to worry about money is the only good thing.
I need to move to Europe then.
Yeah, that's the one thing that they're good about is like they don't want businesses to suffer and they don't want people to suffer. So they basically pay people and businesses so the businesses can stay up and running, and then they
Right.
keep essentials going like food and stuff. So,
Mhm.
uh, uh, but anything like any type of like mixing, is not allowed basically.
Wow, that's kind of crazy. But you know what
But it
though?
worked. It brought our numbers like way way down.
It did, huh?
Oh
Like
yeah, like
for
almost overnight. Within a week, the numbers dropped like crazy.
so like are you so when you say
Well, it makes
drop
sense. Like, how can you spread a disease if you're not mixing with anybody?
and you guys saw a change, a lowering in the number like within a week?
Yeah, from when they imposed this, yeah, almost yeah, within a week, and then you just keep dropping, right? Because if you think about it, what happens is how can you spread the disease if you're not if you're not next to anybody?
Right.
And even when we're outside, like we're always wearing masks anyways. But
So how long were you guys completely out of you couldn't move anywhere?
well, we had our first lockdown in March, and that lasted. Let me think. April, May. I think that lasted like 8 or 10 weeks. The first
Mhm,
one,
mhm,
and then and that brought the numbers down, and then we were good for one, two, three, like 4 or 5 months,
mhm.
and then yeah,
And
I
then what?
guess 5, 6 months, and then we had another lockdown for 5 weeks, and then we went into this thing that we're in now, which is it's not a lockdown, but now it's
Mhm.
a curfew. So now we have 8 o'clock curfews, and but during the day, like you can go out as much as you want, but just like things are closed.
Wow, that's kind of crazy, bro. That's kind of crazy. That seems a little extreme, but I get it, right? And
Yeah,
I hate to say that shit. I hate to say that I get it too because I'm so against like you taking freedoms away from me.
yeah,
Just what I mean? Because you guys didn't have a plan in place. You know what I mean? So I'd be
yeah. I
like,
mean, the whole thing is really messed up because the thing is, if everybody in the beginning had respected it more and more masks and stuff, then we wouldn't need these lockdowns.
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, nobody paid attention out here, and you see where that's gotten us. So
Well, U.S. You know the numbers are like crazy bad.
they're they're fucking terrible, dude.
Yeah, I mean, just think about it. Like every single day, you got 2,000, 3,000 people dying every day. I mean, it's
Mm.
just like it's crazy.
We hit 200,000 people, getting ready to hit 250,000, a quarter million people, some shit
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. It's crazy numbers.
It's crazy, crazy.
All right.
But, man,
Well,
but I appreciate you coming on,
yeah,
though,
I
bro.
appreciate you, man, and I'll try to catch more of your broadcasts on here.
Definitely, man. And definitely come on in anytime, man. We hope
All
you
right. Yeah,
hope
I want to come back when that Finn guy is Finbar or whatever his name was.
oh yeah, we'll hope to see Finbar soon. And we can have a talk.
All
You know what I
right
mean?
then.
Definitely, bro.
Okay, take care.
Yeah, man.
Bye.
So you guys, that was a long conversation. We talked about a little bit of shit. From atheism to Jackson to Jesus Christ, the virus. But anyway, um, definitely go out there. Make sure you're safe out there. You know what I mean? If they say stay in the house, just stay in the house. You know what I mean? So we can get done with this shit and so we can get back out here and have a regular life. But anyway, I think I'll come back. What's today? 28th. At the very latest, I'll be back on the 1st on New Year's Day at the very latest because tomorrow's my birthday. So because tomorrow's my birthday, I'm just gonna chill, and then either 30th, 31st, or the 1st, I should be back on. You know what I mean? And we'll get it. We'll talk about some shit. Hopefully, someone will be back and we could talk about, I don't know, religion, philosophy, history. You know, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Pink and Alive. Thank you both. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, man. And then after the first, I'll be on a regular clip after that. That way, people can get used to me, and I can get used to the site. All right, with that being said, man, stay up, stay real, stay doing your thing. Make sure you are unapologetically black all the time because when you're not, it puts somebody's life in danger. And that's it. To all the replay viewers, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining. Thank you for listening to some random guy ramble. Peace.